Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream of Checkmk Conference 8. I'm Faye, Community Manager here at Tribe 29, and I will be joining you all in the online version of the conference. So all sessions will be streamed online, so you won't miss any of the talks at the conference. While it's really way more fun to be in Munich right now, don't worry because we have designed the conference to include our online participants as much as possible. So for example, as part of the conference, you'll also get to send in your questions via Slido and answer the polls whenever there are any. Just go to slido.com and enter the code CMKConf8. You can also access it on checkmk.com/live.
Hello, everyone.
On Slido, you
Welcome
can send
to
in
the
your
live stream
questions
of
and
Checkmk
others can
Conference
upvote it.
8.
Able to
Community
answer
Manager
all
here
of the
at Tribe
questions
29,
though, so
and I will
we
be
will have to
joining you
give
all in the
priority to the
online
most
version of the
upvoted
conference.
ones. So all
We will
sessions
be
will
moderating
be
the
streamed
chat
online,
on
so
this
you
live
won't
stream,
miss any of the
and
talks
whenever
at the conference.
necessary, we can
While it's
add
really
your
way more
question
fun
the
to
queue
be
on
in
slide.
Munich right now.
So now we will be
Don't
starting in a
worry
few
because we
minutes,
have
so please
designed the
stay tuned.
conference to include our online participants as much as possible. So for example, as part of the conference, you'll also get to send in your questions via Slido and answer the polls whenever there are any. Just go to slido.com and enter the code
Ah. Animation, can I get the slides also on the monitor here? Sorry. Perfect. Yeah, so welcome, Checkmk enthusiasts, partners, friends. I'm really glad that we can finally meet after 3 years of distance and silence. It's really super cool to see you all again. I've already had some nice talks with many guys. Many of you I know for many years. Also, we have, of course, new faces, and it feels really well to keep in touch with you again. I mean, we made 2 online conferences. Some of you probably attended the online conference. We really worked hard on them to make a kind of real life feeling, but I think, to be honest, online conference sucks, and this is the real thing. So it's really great fun for me, and also we have a new location, as you can see. I think that's maybe the top location in Munich for such an event. It's also a home location because our office is nearby. Yeah, I hope you like it here. So this is the 8th conference. I very well remember the first conference we did very long ago. So I have a question. Who was at the first Checkmk conference from the people here? Wow, that's really great. That's really great. At that time, it was 50 participants, and we ramped up to 90, which was at that time a good success. And today we have 300 participants. I think it's 320 or something. And the funny thing is, in the first conference, I had time to introduce every single employee of the company, give a short CV, and explain what the guy does. And I think we can do the same thing today. So if we limit this to 5 minutes, we have 100 people here. I calculated it would be about 8 hours, so maybe skip it. Yeah, also this is the first time we make a hybrid conference, which is technically a bit challenging. That means that we have a complete live stream of all the talks. It might be the case that you are visible in some video from behind. Also, when you ask a question, the voice of your question will be part of the live stream. I hope you don't mind, but you also can make online questions. We come to that later. Yeah, so the first day will be very technical. We give insight from our labs, from our developers. All the speakers, besides Jan, are hardcore developers of Checkmk, very long members of the tribe already, and it's going to be very interesting. And of course, we have an evening event. This time we are going to Blitz at the Deutsches Museum. It's a very famous location. Deutsches Museum is very old. It was, or maybe is still, the largest technical museum in the world. It's under reconstruction for about 10 years. And I guess after our evening event, they need another 10 years maybe to clean up. Also, they are supposed to have the best PA in Munich. So I think we'll have fun this evening. Also, we have a little surprise event. Yeah, so tomorrow we get some more talks. We get talks from users and partners. And also we'll speak about the future of Checkmk and of course, about the new developments as always. Yeah, when you want to ask questions, you're very encouraged to ask questions. This is what makes the conference fun for me. So the sillier the questions are, the more fun we all have. So don't hesitate to ask. If you have a question, simply raise your hand. We have microphones here around. It's very important that you use the microphone because otherwise in the stream you will be silent. You also can have questions online, even if you are here. So we have a voting system. You go to the Slido and enter the name of the conference, as you can see here. Then you can enter question, and there's a voting system where you can upvote existing questions, and Martin will then read the questions and we talk about it. Also, we encourage you, there's a feature built in where you can give us some feedback how you like the talks in the conference. Please use that so we get interesting feedback about what's happening here, how you liked it. Also, we have the stickers. So that's really a very important thing. We use the stickers. Who was at the 5th conference already knows it. We have some boards. And you can place the stickers in order to vote for proposed features that we should implement. So you have 8 stickers. So it's about €100 per sticker. So use it wisely. And we really need that information in order to prioritize the development of the future. We also have a live translation. This time, usually we had that from German to English. This time we try very hard to speak English ourselves. We apologize for bad language, bad English. If it happens, I hope you understand. If you want to have the talks in German, we have translators who can translate into German, Austrian, and Swiss dialect. So please choose when you get the microphone. One last thing from my side. If you don't want that photos are taken from you, please tell us at the help desk. Then we know that we mark you out or cut you out or whatever. And you get a pink hat, and you wear the pink hat so we know that you don't like to be photographed. Yeah, so let's have fun. That's an important thing on the conference, at least for me. So now let's go to the actual talk, to the business. Jan will take over, and yeah. Okay. So Jan, thanks for convincing me to go to this location this year, because otherwise we were at the hotel at the Holiday Inn, which was very nice, but this was a very good idea from you.
It's the right place to be.
Yeah, to invest the extra money.
Exactly.
So I appreciate.
I'm thrilled to be here and see every one of you again. Feel a bit anxious seeing so many faces after 2 years. And as always, Matthias and I will divide and conquer roles a bit. Matthias will be the host for these 2 days. He will ensure that this stays a lively and interactive event. And I will give the intro talk, essentially summarizing a bit what we see over the next 2 days to lay the foundation of what we essentially discuss.
Yeah, so let's have fun with what Jan has to say.
Good. Your IT. And in today's world, that means we monitor your cloud, your public cloud vendors' infrastructure. We monitor your data centers, as always. And for some of you, it also means we monitor your edge. There could be retail stores, electricity substations, or similar parts of your network which are the edge. And so when we think about what we do in our roadmap, we try and constantly advance the state of monitoring of what Checkmk can do in these areas. Now, when we do that, same as last year, we try to think in 3 different dimensions. And the one is always we want to build the best product for hybrid monitoring, for monitoring the cloud, the data centers up to your edge. And in today's world, that means there are traditional stacks, there are more cloud-native stacks with Kubernetes and other technologies, and both are the reality of today's IT. And so we, as the monitoring tool that does all of that, need to be able to monitor both of these worlds equally well. Now, since the IT is so distributed and complex, we always said as one of our key points to actually embed the operator's experience in the product. You don't need to know all of those things. You don't need to know the 100 metrics, which one is exactly the right one. We want to work with you, which we've always done, to essentially embed your knowledge when we develop features into their product for everyone else to use it. The second piece that was always important for us is integration. The monitoring system is in the heart of the IT, and so we integrate with your IT service management workflows, the services nows, the Jiras, etc. And monitoring has also become a bigger universe over the last years. Almost every company has many monitoring tools that serve distinct needs, have different origin in the past. And so to some of these that you commonly use, we also need to integrate well. These are still part of one monitoring that you as a user want. And the third one, and that comes back to our DNA, we are an open source company with an open core business model. We want to ensure you can extend the product yourselves if you so wish. If you're not, it's ready made to go. So we want to give you the power to do that, and that's a lot about APIs in the end. Now, the next product that's coming out is CheckMK 2.1. It will be released in roughly 4 weeks. It's in the beta phase, and I encourage every one of you to use it. And I want to highlight or use this 3-step framework to think through how we prioritize the features of that release. Obviously, the bulk of the features are in innovate, but we always have some for integrate and some for extend to ensure we address all of those 3 lenses. Now, the starting point, as I said, is we need to monitor everything, and part of that is the cloud-native world. And the most important technology that has emerged over the last years is Kubernetes in that world. It has basically gone from 0 to being the de facto standards for lots of application development in less than 10 years. And we monitored that for a while, I think for 3 years now or so. And that was important. It helped a lot of people. It was a good toe in the water. But it was not a really great monitoring yet, because we lacked some critical data and there wasn't already a lot of operator know-how built into the product. And given the complexity of Kubernetes, it's actually important to do that. And so Martin, with a team of developers, essentially worked with 10 of you in the community here, all with different Kubernetes flavors. Plain vanilla Kubernetes, different cloud provider managed Kubernetes, VMware Tanzu, OpenShift, you name it, to really understand what is the data, where do we get it from, and especially what problems are you actually trying to solve in your daily way, so that we can structure the data in a way that makes sense to you, if you're a cluster admin, if you're an application development team, to serve your needs. And I used essentially the dashboarding we integrated with CheckMK 2.0 to bring that to life. Martin will talk about it tomorrow at, I think, 2 p.m. I think it's a great feature for everyone, and it really opens the path with great monitoring for the Kubernetes world. The second part was always about scaling the system, and that's about performance. And so in the last year when we worked on performance, we worked on the performance of the core, reducing the memory footprint and essentially making it happen that you can monitor more with one installation. And this year we also worked on performance, but performance has different dimensions. And this year we worked essentially on the performance that you feel as a user in terms of speed. And that's the configuration performance or the performance of the user interface. And especially when you go to very large installations of several thousands or 10,000s of hosts, there are lots of computations to be made, especially when writing a configuration, but also in other cases, when you have thousands of users or thousands of folders. And we essentially optimized these use cases. The key feature that Lars will talk about is building the configuration incrementally, and that drastically reduces the time it takes for activate changes, one of the very common workflows to happen. But you see it also in other parts of the system when you navigate through a large folder hierarchy, that this has become much faster. The third one, after performance, is essentially the dashboarding, which we introduced last year. We took that further this year and essentially added new visualization options. For example, the ability to add inventory data to your dashboards, the ability to show host or service states and similar. And we also, for the first time now, have a couple of off-the-shelf dashboards for Linux, single cluster Windows, many for Kubernetes, to give you a start. And Marcel will talk about how you can easily, essentially, clone that and tailor to your specific needs. Another topic that's very important in the security world is securing monitoring systems, because essentially they run in the heart of your IT. We saw lots of state actors over the last years starting cyber attacks. And so monitoring system has to be built securely, and we need to make sure you can actually operate it securely. And in our last conference, when we also did this voting that Matthias just described, 2 security features were the most highly rated features. And they were essentially 2-factor authentication for the login and SAML support for single sign-on. And both of them are now part of 2.1. But we also added other pieces. We improved the security of logins in general. We worked a lot on securing communication. And the most visible feature is that the Linux and Windows agents are now encrypted by default with TLS. That actually changed the architecture quite a bit, so we talk about that in a lot of detail. We worked on the password store to make it more secure. So lots of things in the security area, given that it's so important. And lastly, no conference would be a good conference without showing that slide. Obviously, Checkmk is about monitoring a lot. And this year, we crossed the mark of 2,000 plugins. And this is only one relevance for marketing. But it's obviously also relevant for you, because there's much more every year that you can connect to. This is essentially all the innovation on the product. But as we said, integration is important. And last year, we introduced one key integration feature to automate Checkmk or to integrate it with other systems, and that was the REST API. And when we essentially surveyed you as to what were your most favorite features in Checkmk 2.0, the two most favorites were A, the new user experience, and B, the REST API. So lots of companies are using it extensively by now. But it wasn't complete last year. Parts were missing. The most important piece that was missing were the rule sets. And so for 2.1, we essentially completed that journey, deprecating the old web API, moving to the new REST API, adding lots of new features. There are two things that are marked in white. These are not yet final, and we patched them into the 2.1 once they're ready. But essentially, the REST API is now complete. The second piece of integration I talked about is integrating with other monitoring tools, which we've done in the past a lot. So NTOP, which you know has been very deeply integrated into Checkmk for network flow monitoring. But essentially, we focused on 3 different vendors this year. They are Grafana, InfluxDB, and Datadog, all with a bit different flavors. For Grafana, we had an integration, I think, since about 3 or 4 years now. And we essentially completely reworked that integration. It's a new connector that is A, written against the newest Grafana API. B, it is much simpler in how you set it up and configure. And C, it's actually much more secure. And that's why we redid that connector. The second piece is InfluxDB. InfluxDB is a time series database used by some of our customers. For similar use case, we essentially export metrics data out of Checkmk into InfluxDB and fuse them with other data from other systems. Sometimes you then display them in Grafana, and sometimes you simply use that for analysis. Again, for many years, there was an InfluxDB integration through a protocol called Graphite. But this was actually deprecated by InfluxDB, so we actually had to integrate that natively. And we added features that many of you asked for a long while to be added. For example, the ability to also export labels with metrics and other things. Marcel will talk about all these 3 integrations and what they do tomorrow. The last one is Datadog, and that's a bit different flavor. Whereas in the first 2, we export data. From Datadog, we actually import data. And that is because a common use case that we see at larger clients is that a development team somewhere uses a Datadog. They monitor applications, but the problems of these applications are not always developer problems to be solved, but they could be solved by some other team in the company. And so you need to know the alerts of Datadog. And so we export the alerts and events from Datadog into Checkmk so that you can use your monitoring to do all the alerting to your ops teams. The last piece of the innovate, integrate, extend is extend, so the open community piece. And in that open community piece, we essentially added one product feature. Last year, we added the check RP. This year, we added something very different. We added translations. And the context of that is that we now have customers that we know of because they're commercial customers in 50 countries. We have open source users and many more. And so there's naturally the need to localize some of that to some users. And we had a community project by someone in France who translated a lot of the user interface in French. Now, over the last years, with machine learning becoming so good, the machine translations of language pieces have become actually very good by now. And so we machine translated the user interface into 7 languages. and added a community tool called WebLate so that you as a community member can now actually edit the translation if you want to. One of our Japanese partner actually did that extensively for Japanese, for example. But there are obviously other things in the community. There is the Checkmk Exchange, which you know, the place where you can add your own developed plugins and make them usable by many more. And I think it's a very great place to exchange ideas. And secondly, or thirdly, there is GitHub. And for GitHub, we actually weren't very good over the last 2 years because we were too slow merging requests. So there was some discontent in the user base that we added, people added pull requests, then it took us too long to merge them. And so essentially we now changed our internal processes. Every developer sprint we have a developer assigned to work on pull requests. We still focus it on bug requests because on features we have all our priorities on the roadmap to decide upon, so it's focused on bug requests. But we hope that this approach, which worked actually very well over the last 2 or 3 months, makes a difference. And so far, the feedback we got was very good. And then there are other things that actually make a community, and the home of the community is essentially our forum. By now, we have, I think, 4,000 users in the forum that provide each other support, answer questions. Many of those reading, a lot of those actually very active, with some community heroes here supporting many other users. So thanks a lot for that. And over the last years, it actually also become part to collaborate. And I want to highlight 2 examples. The first was Log4j. So when the Log4j vulnerability appeared and hit the world, and everyone scrambled to identify where in all of these IT systems were files that needed to be patched, then 2 of the community, that's Christian, who you know as Doc in the community, and Thomas, who you know as THL-CMK, actually worked together to build a Log4j scanner. Checkmk is no security tool, but it's actually installed at many of your systems, and so it's a great place to scan. And together they iterated over several versions. I think it has now become one of the most downloaded packages basically of the last year. And the article we wrote about it is actually the most read article on the blog. So for this specific problem, it helped a lot, and I think it was very beneficial for many people in the community. The second example is SAML. Now for SAML authentication, the technical feature necessary was actually included last year already in the version. But what was missing was a good documentation, because actually you can have very different setups, and how you configure that actually varies. And user GlowSum actually took our initial documentation, tested that out in various facets, and then this formed the basis for our own documentation. Another great example, part of the forum, how this also helped everyone else. And obviously we have events, community events every month or 2 months so, and we have a blog where we try to embed best practices such as how you monitor networks in SMP, or the example of Log4j. So I think it has become a striving place, that community, and it's great to see how it's evolving. Now with these 3 things, innovate, integrate, extend, especially here, this is what will be the 2.1. Obviously, there are many smaller things, and we talk about that during the day, but these are the major topics of the next release that we dive on, and as I said, roughly 4 weeks until it will be released. And then the natural question is, what happens next? What's the roadmap for the next 12 months? And again, for the purpose of this talk, I just highlight a few things, since it would otherwise be a bit too long. But the key point is that we double down on the cloud. Now we focus a lot on building great Kubernetes monitoring. The next step is that we essentially take the monitoring that we have for the cloud, which is actually very good already. There's lots of AWS things you can monitor. There's pretty good coverage for Azure, no coverage yet for Google Cloud. And the first piece is actually to make that coverage great across these 3 providers. And those who follow our commits have seen that, for example, for Google Cloud, we actually have a very strong foundation already. The second piece is to make that usable in a more variety of settings. And a classical use case that, for example, comes up more often is that people want to actually monitor on-premise from the cloud, because these are smaller sites, because it's company policy for different reasons. And for that, the current agent architecture, pulling the data does no longer work because of the tunneling through the firewalls, etc. And so essentially, we turned around the connection of the agent that pushes the data to the cloud, and we added a very neat feature, which I think is actually interesting in every environment, the auto-registration. So the auto-registration will actually automatically take that host, if it's an agent system, give it a name based on a naming scheme, add it to folders based on rules. So all the process of a host appearing in dynamic infrastructures can be done automatically. And that complements the mechanism that exists so far, dynamic configuration daemon, that focused on piggyback hosts. This one is for agent-based hosts. And lastly, it's cloud deployments. Now, if you basically deploy Checkmk at AWS or another vendor, you take a Linux image and install it on it. And that's actually the requirement by some of our customers. Other customers would prefer to get an image from a cloud store, from an AWS store, for example. And this we will build for AWS and Azure, that if you want, you can get an image directly with sizing recommendations, and we talk about how that works later tomorrow. All of that we'll release as one, same as Kubernetes now, that it becomes a great new piece of monitoring. Kubernetes obviously is a big topic on its own, and so we will continue doing it. One aspect that is currently missing that we add over the next 3 months or so is OpenShift. OpenShift is simply architecturally a bit different in how it's set up, so everyone who monitors Kubernetes takes a second approach to how they monitor OpenShift that's a bit distinct from the others, so it's some tweaking. That's one dimension. The second dimension is application monitoring. Obviously, Kubernetes is a container to run applications or an environment to run applications. And so we want to move closer and help you monitor these applications better than you can do that today. And lastly, we always want to keep focus on the user interface. And there we do 2 things. One is from time to time, we fundamentally re-architect a component. We did that, for example, for the microcore in the last year. And the next one will be the user interface. So we're doing a lot of work under the hood that makes us or enables us to develop features quicker, more consistent than today. And in terms of features, we will focus mostly on configuration. Because when we ask customers, especially new customers, for their user journey, what was more challenging and what was less challenging, configuration is the topic that comes up most, and we want to make that easier. On integration, we will actually work on one single topic to bring another project closer to Checkmk. And that's synthetic monitoring. Now, many of you might actually not know the term because it's a term that's more commonly used in the US than in Europe. In Europe, many call it end-to-end monitoring. It's essentially monitoring an application from the user perspective. So how would I, as a user in a certain place X, is that website available? Is it responsive enough? Is the functionality actually working? That's what synthetic monitoring is about. And we had a community project for 2 years now by Simon Megde called RobotMK. And he essentially used a very popular testing framework, the robot framework, which is able to test both modern web applications, but also legacy applications or other on-prem applications, because it can make use of different test libraries. And Simon presented that last year on the conference, and a lot of you really liked it. The talk got very high ratings, the topic got high ratings, and we did the roadmap voting at the end. It came out as one of the highest voted features. And so over the last months, we essentially worked together to think through the user journey. How do you actually author test, execute a test, analyze a test? How does it work with other tools? So we did a lot of user research and decided to join forces and bring that topic closer or into Checkmk over the next 12 months. And Simon will give a talk on that tomorrow. And the last piece on extension, we go back to the APIs like last year. And last year we worked on the new Check API, the API to develop plugins, and that I think set a very good foundation for developing plugins. But some topics actually missing that you frequently use. For example, the user interface integration of the plugin. How do you write metrics and similar? And we will start the journey of APIing this part so that everyone knows it's a stable API. These are the things that you can use, starting with the metrics. That's essentially what's ahead for the next 12 months. Many smaller things as well, but the things I wanted to highlight. Now I want to spend the last few minutes talking about our little company here, the Tribe. And the Tribe luckily is growing. We are now roughly 100 employees. We added, I think, 15% of the workforce over the last 3 months, so actively growing. And the key why we are growing is in the end because we want to have the man and women power to actually deliver great product innovations as we continue going. And we were a bit lucky that the monitoring industry wasn't hit hard by the crisis. It was a topic that everyone still needed, and so our customers, that shows our enterprise customer growth, basically continued as before, and we are now nearing roughly 3,500 customers in 50 countries. And you see many of the logos here that we are actually allowed to share. Now, because everything started as a product-led company, that means 100% of the product, focus on the product, and success will follow. When I joined in 2018, and you can see we were actually on a very great curve already in 2018, the size of our marketing organization was 0, and the size of our sales organization was 1. And so by the nature of this, we did lots of word of mouth marketing. And this event here, the conference, was actually the key event for that. And that's why we have a very strong customer base in German-speaking markets, because this was the natural nucleus for word of mouth. But if you look at our revenue base, our second biggest market is actually the US. You need some of the US company logos here. And for US customers, it's a bit more difficult to work with us as a company because we are in Germany, our contracts are in German law, our support hours are in German time zone and so forth. And so it would actually be great to move closer to support also customers on the other side of the Atlantic. And this is what we will be doing. We'll be moving to the US, not moving, but adding an office. There will be a sales, consulting, and support office, and we opened that in Atlanta, Georgia. That's the nice city that you see here. And why Atlanta, Georgia? Because it has a great tech talent base. Georgia Tech University, many other universities are there. Lots of software companies have actually opened shop there. It's 6 hours time zone away, so it's actually logistically very convenient for us, and we can fly in directly from Munich. Atlanta itself has the biggest airport in the US, so lots of opportunities to travel from there. And so we will set up shop there. Those who know Atlanta, it's in the Ponce City Market, one of the most iconic sites in Atlanta, an industrial building essentially. Now from our side, 2 colleagues will move over. Elias, who leads our international sales and partner channel, will move over actually with his family. And Anastasius, who you know, many of you know as a consultant and support, maybe from pre-sales, he will also move over to have a strong launch team and to actually recruit the local organization and build it up and ensure it is tribed in. As part of this, we're doing just a little experiment that I want to highlight. We are trying out a podcast. And a podcast, obviously nothing new, but still many people like it. And we are trying out something that is actually not CheckMK marketing related. It's a blog on all things ops. DevOps, IT ops, AI ops. Elias will be hosting that. We've just done, I think, the first episode with Jeremy Profit from Eddy Financial. I think we have very interesting guests. The last speaker was the Chief Information Security Officer of IBM Cloud. So maybe something to try out for you and let us know whether you like it or not. It's an attempt to try and generate more ops know-how and distribute some ops know-how among us and have something interesting to talk about. Good. I think that's everything I wanted to cover. And now we get into the real nitty-gritty, and actually I think what most of you are here for, the tech stuff, the system sockets and other things.
So thanks Jan, for this insight into present and future.
Oh, wow.
Hi Lars, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
So
Finally.
Who doesn't know Lars? Lars is, many things. He's almost the first tribe member ever, after myself, of course. We worked together already for more than a decade. We met at a monitoring conference at Nuremberg, where I showed some very first experiments of Checkmk. And then we made a hacking day in Munich together, and it was so much fun. And then came up the idea of I could employ him. It was a crazy idea because it was not a company at that time, just self-employed. And nevertheless, that idea didn't leave me for a couple of weeks and maybe months. And you took the crazy idea to actually accept the offer.
Yeah.
And that was maybe the starting point of the real company.
Of everything we have now here,
Yeah, and
which leads us to this event.
and so today he's the chief of the development. And how many developers are in your team now?
Yeah, depending on how you count, but roughly 27.
27, and you have still time for hacking yourself.
Yeah, on Christmas holiday.
And how does it feel to be the leader of such a large team suddenly?
Yeah, great. I have to say, yeah. Actually, quite different. I could never imagine that someday I will be here with such a team and presenting this and so on.
Because I know the time where you were a bit afraid of that you wouldn't have time for hacking and coding, but I think you do the best job possible. I'm really very happy that he's still with us, so great applause. And let's see what you're talking about, activate changes.
Yeah.
Something we already working on for 10 years. And fighting with it, and
Yeah.
I also thought activate changes is the architecture of Checkmk is inherited from Nagios a bit, and the activate changes is a crucial part, and I always thought it's a drawback, but it has always also advantages that you have a definite point of time where something is activated, where you collect some changes, and then at that point of time it goes active. That's from the operating point of view also an advantage and very professional. So let's see what the future brings, or the present, I should say, rather.
All right.
So have fun with last talk.
Thank you, Matthias. So, yeah, I can't say I'm pretty happy to be here, to see you all here, but I can't really see you because of the strong light now. But it's great to have such an event again here in Munich. So a warm welcome, and I hope you have 2 nice days, also the workshop day after that. So yeah, now let's dive into the content. I'm talking about what we did to improve the activation of configuration changes in Checkmk. And yeah, in fact, it's more of the technical talks we have today. So I know you like that. So let's have a look. And it's all about this button. It's activating changes you've made to the configuration of Checkmk. This does not necessarily mean you have to do it manually. There's the REST API, which you can also use to activate your configuration changes. And there's also activations happening in the background. If you use the dynamic configuration, the dynamic host configuration, or the automatic service discovery, and they detect changes in your infrastructure, maybe on a Kubernetes cluster or VMware environment, they activate configuration changes in the background. But many of us, many of you, are doing manual activation multiple times a day. And in especially larger environments, it's important that it happens fast, so it does not interrupt your manual workflow. In larger environments, this can take quite some time, some seconds, and yeah, since not waiting is also important for a good user experience, a good usability. We wanted to improve the situations around the activation. And this is what the talk is about, at least the first part. If you are working in a single site and do configuration changes, you do it via the user interface. You change your configuration, and then you click on this button. Then in the background, a new configuration for the monitoring core is created, in the Enterprise Edition for the microcore. And then the core is taking over that file to actually do the monitoring job. So there's also some additional steps in distributed environments, for example, which we improved with Checkmk 2. This is something we won't look at now. It's only about the core and its configuration. So let's have a look at the process. We start with the configuration you've created before, either by the user interface or the REST API. And we need to read it into memory. Hundreds of files are there in your site, and they need to be read. And then we take the files, the content of these files, and compute things. We have rule sets basically in these files, host definitions, and so on, and we need to compute the actual host configuration out of it. Every host and its effective attributes together with its services and also their attributes. When they need to be checked, check intervals, and so on and so forth. And once that's computed, everything needs to be written to disk as a microcore configuration. And then in the final step, the microcore takes over and does the monitoring job. So we now look at this whole process with a sample site in mind, 5,000 hosts and 200,000 of services, which is already a quite impressive site. And we compare two sites, one Checkmk 2 site and one Checkmk 2.1 site, and look how the timings are of these sites, and then have a look at what we did to improve the performance, the timing, and so on. So the first step, reading files from disk. With 2.0, we were with the checkmk.mk files. And in the 2.0 side, this takes 8 seconds to load, hundreds of files from a very fast disk, solid state disk or whatever. It takes time to read so many files and actually parse them. So with 2.1, we did some changes which resulted in a much faster processing of these files. And we optimized the file format, the contents of these files. So with the 2.1, we were with the .mk files, which were essentially Python source code. In these files, there could be any Python code, and the parser would read and interpret it. And interpreting such files takes some time. But we are only storing data in this file. The list of hosts of a folder and its attributes, rule sets, and so on are stored in .mk files. So it's only data declarations which could be stored in better formats for this job. So what we did is that we changed the format of these files. We added a new file format, the .pkl files. The new file format is a Python-specific data format called pickle. And it represents now the host configurations of Checkmk. And it's no code anymore, and only data declarations that are stored in binary format on disk and can be read a lot faster than the .mk files into memory. But this has some downside. When we only were using the .pkl files, we would not be able to debug what is in the files. The actual file content, we could not open this easily in the editor for looking at the content of these files. So the .mk files are still there. They are kept in sync automatically with the .pkl files, to give you both worlds and the benefits of both. So it's there for debugging, but also for the Git integration the setup has in the background to keep track of your changes, the changes to your files. So that's what we did for the first step of the core compilation. Now we come to the second step, the heavy computation task in memory. We now have the rule sets in memory, host definitions, and so on. And in the next step, we need to compute the effective things for the monitoring core, the attributes of a host, of a service, and so on. And in Checkmk 2, we were with the constant time of 17 seconds for this process. And with Checkmk 2.1, we were able to improve this to a quite lower number, to 3 seconds, by introducing a second path for the core config creation, the incremental compilation. So in 2.0, there was always the full compilation, and the full configuration was handed over to the microcore. And if you look at what is happening between two activations, if you think about our 5,000 hosts, we normally change only a very small part of the configuration. We add one host, we delete one, we change one attribute of one host, and then we activate this change to see how Checkmk is working with it. And if you have such a scenario in mind, you may come to the idea that you could reuse things from previous activations. And this is what the path of the incremental compilation is doing. It is taking the unchanged configuration parts, the host and so on, loading it, and then adding the changes to that configuration file. This can be automatically detected in the background. It leads to accelerated compilation times. And the microcore is in fact unchanged in this part. It is still receiving the full configuration and activating it. And we first implemented that for the most common workflows you have for working on the host configuration. If you add one host to your environment, you edit the attributes of a host, you delete one host, or you even discover the services, then Checkmk is automatically choosing the incremental path in the background. So you as a user won't even recognize whether or not the incremental way has been chosen. You only see that the activation is faster than the full activation. And this mechanism is automatically used by the user interface and also the REST API in the background. And even by the dynamic host management is using this mechanism in the background. So that's the computation path. Now we have everything computed in memory, and now the final step has to happen to write it as core configuration to disk. And here in Checkmk 2.0, we essentially had no performance problem. That was quite fast. 2 seconds for writing everything down is good. We were with the binary configuration format, but in this area we had some other problem. Not performance, but supportability. And this is why we decided to take some time we've won by the previous 2 steps and trade it against supportability. And it is about situations that can happen at customer sites. The microcore is doing something you can't really explain. Then you need to understand what is in the state file of the core, what is in the configuration of the core. You need to make some sense out of it. And in the past, that was only hardly possible with debuggers and some fancy tools. Only a small amount of people can use. So it's a very tough job to get the idea what is happening. And we clearly needed to be able to do that easier in a more accessible way. So we came to the point where we decided that we want to use protobuf. It's a data format provided by Google. And if you have the data available, the core configuration file, for example, which has been created at the customer side, and you have a scheme definition of what is in the data, then you can make sense out of all this and get a human-readable format out of it. You can dump the contents of the binary files and interpret it as a human, understand it, and analyze the situation in a more comfortable, easier, faster way. And we are now using it for all the files the core is working with, the configuration which is loaded into the core, and also for the state file that is used by the core to retain its current state of hosts, services, downtimes, acknowledgements, and so on. They are saved in the state file, also to be able to shut down the core and restart it again and keep all the things that have been known previously in place. So the whole thing is not a black box anymore. We can now look into these files, and not only we as a supporter doing third-level support or something, it's also helpful for customers who want to look under the hood, but also for our partners who are in the support situation where they need to help customers. So how does it actually look like? With Checkmk 2.0, that was something like this. I bet you can spot the bug. So, and that's how it should look like. Yeah, we have added commands to the Checkmk side, which you can all execute if you're with 2.1. One command for dumping the state, one command for dumping the configuration. And on the left side, you see something that is a dump of a state file, or at least an extract of that. You can already guess what's there. There are some global state flags. Then there are host information, a host called myHost. Everything is OK for him, and so on. So that can easily be understood. So that's really useful. And even if we took some time there, we have improved overall. If we sum it that up now, we are down by a pretty good percentage in terms of performance. So that seems to be really a good outcome for the whole operation of introducing the incremental activation. So that's it for this topic. And now I have some additional things I want to show you, some improvements that we have made in addition to the other things. And it's mostly about improving the situation for very large installations. We know Checkmk can scale in many different dimensions. It's the obvious hosts and services, but also there are different dimensions which can be scaled into. Some environments have host labels, hundreds of labels assigned to a single object. Some environments have tag groups with multiple hundreds of tag choices. And other dimensions which we can hardly think of. So this release, we decided to take action in two areas. We decided to improve the situations around folders and browsing through a huge amount of folders, and also improve the situations for environments which have thousands of users created in Checkmk. So let's have a look at the first thing, at working in the setup with thousands of folders, multiple thousands. Yeah? These are the very large installations. So we've talked about this before. The common workflow in configuration, in configuring Checkmk, is working with hosts, browsing through the folders, and configuring hosts there, and so on. And when analyzing larger installations, we have learned that it can be a rather tedious task to browse through the hierarchy of folders that may be 8 layers deep. If you go 8 layers deep and every page change needs some seconds to load, then that can be not a straightforward thing to do. So that's not how it should be. Usability needs to be. Usability also means that doing such common tasks is rather quick and goes easy. So we decided to work on that, and I think the numbers speak for themselves. If you think about going 8 layers deep, loading 8 pages, and you always have the 4 seconds of waiting time, then you wait a lot of time, and that is not how it should be. Now with the new timings, we are really down to a really quick click-through task where you can work easily with. And this not only affects really large installations where you have 9,000 folders. That's not hosts, that's folders. So that's really large, and even if you have only a quarter of these folders, you may even realize this. So it's already a good improvement, I would say, for configuring Checkmk. And now even the largest environments have no issues in working in this area. The second thing I wanted to highlight is a thing we did analyze and improve in the status part of the Checkmk user interface. It affects environments basically which have thousands of users, and it affects every user who opens up the status interface to view data in Checkmk. It's about viewing at status tables, but also loading dashboards or similar. And to understand what is happening there in the background, you need to know a bit about what is happening there in the background. If you open up a status table, Checkmk first needs to decide which view to show to you. It could either be a view which has been built by us and shipped with Checkmk. It could be one which you have created for your own, or it could be something which has been created by another user and shared with you. And here we are facing the problem we have solved there, because all these 1,000 user profiles which might have been created in your environment need to be searched for the view you might want to see now. And by adding some caching mechanisms and improvements to the whole algorithms, we were able to improve the situation for users in these environments. And it is even noticeable for smaller sites, so you don't have to have thousands of users. It may also be noticeable for other smaller environments. Now to another area of Checkmk, another central critical part. It's about the microcore, or also the Nagios core. In fact, live status, which is the interface we use to get status data out of the monitoring core. Every component who consumes this information to display it, for example, the user interface or the REST API, they are all based on live status to fetch the information out of the monitoring core. So it's a critical component of Checkmk, and it's good to have a fast and good performing system there. And when also analyzing installations which have a very active user base, user environment of many users, you've seen that there is room for improvement when it comes to the data protocol we use for exchanging information. In the past, with all existing versions so far, we were always using the Python data format for getting the data in a structured form out of the microcore into the user interface. And now we've learned that in current Python versions, it's much faster to pass the same data in JSON format. It's 10 times faster, and while being 10 times faster, it is consuming 40 times less memory. So if you have larger documents which you're exchanging, huge result sets, hundreds of rows with a lot of labels and so on, it can also have a huge impact, a huge spike in your memory consumption on your monitoring system, which is now much better with this change. The other two changes are related to authorization filtering. This is the filtering that is applied to users which are not fully permitted administrators, the administrators which can only work on smaller parts of Checkmk, only see smaller parts of your hosts, for example. If you do live status queries, or the user interface is doing these live status queries, you always have the auth user filter set, which reduces the rows of the result sets by your personal permissions. And this has been improved in terms of performance. The filtering is now done more effectively. So this is also a change which affects all queries being made between the user interface and the core. And the last part is about a more specific live status table. It's the hosts by group table and the services by groups table, which are mostly used by the BI, where we have had a similar change to the authorization filtering that also improves the performance. So all in all, we have a lot of smaller and bigger performance improvement. And yeah, now I'm curious if you have some questions related to that topic. So
if you have some questions, simply raise your hand and we bring you a microphone.
Yes, at least one. So now I can see you.
Microphone.
That's nice.
Very good, very good. So we have at least 3 guys from us with microphones. Raise your hands who has a microphone. Over there. Okay, so first question.
Thank you very much. You said you are using the MK files and the pickle files for the config. And you said they are in sync. When does the syncing happen? Is this happen while the activation process? And how much time does it need?
So it's done in the moment these files are updated. So if you are in the user interface and you are editing a host in a folder, then normally the .mk file is saved. And in this moment, we now save both files, basically, to have it updated right in place in the moment you're doing the change.
Okay. Another question, the incremental compilation. You mentioned some use cases where this is implemented, but you don't mention any rules changes. Mm-hmm. So when we change rules, will the whole config be compiled?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the reason behind this is that you need to care about the dependencies. If you change one rule set or a specific rule, this could affect a lot of hosts in your environment, and it's not easy to calculate which parts of your configuration are affected by this. So for the first step, we decided to go the easy path. Not only that, but we decided to go the most common use case, because we have learned when speaking with customers and so on that it's one of the most important things that you add hosts, edit hosts, discover services, and in a lot of cases the job is done there in the configuration. But that's only the first step, maybe. If we realize that it's an important change and we want to have that extended to other use cases, then we need to think about how to solve that. And yeah, let's see how it works for us.
I have a question myself. So from a hacking perspective,
Yep.
So if in the ancient days where we don't had any APIs, I always suggested, for example, when you make an export from a CMDB, that you simply create .mk files. So there are guys out that do this still. Raise your hand if you create MK files via script. So not many, but a couple. So do you automatically detect when the MK file is newer than the pickle file? And
we have
fall back to the MK file?
We have detections in place, and in some situations, when the pickle file is newer, then we use that one, and otherwise, other way around. But when reading the configuration file for creating the core configuration, we don't create the pickle files ad hoc. That's only done by the user interface and REST API. And regarding that use case, writing the .mk files, that's no official API. So if you automate your things and you want it to be maintainable, use the REST API.
Yeah, that's clear, of course. But if you still have these, is there a simple way to make this work along for a year or two or so?
Yeah, you could even hack your way around for creating the pickle files if you want to. So
Okay.
but that's hacking under the hood. You can do that, but
Okay.
it might break.
I mean, that's fun always.
Sure. Yeah.
And we are doing open source here, so it's not forbidden.
Sure.
So next question. Martin, you have a question from the live stream.
First, yeah. I have a question here from CMK. More than 300 sites.
In the 2.1, not really. I don't know in which in which version the asking one is currently operating, but we did a lot of improvements in the 2.0, performance-wise and scaling-wise. And in the future, there will be something coming if you are using MKPs and want to configure that in a more flexible way. But I don't want to spoiler too much.
Questions? The audience? Take it yourself.
Thank you. Are there some improvements for renaming hosts? That is very slowly yet.
I don't think so. I think between 2.0 and 2.1 we didn't change anything relevant there. So there's a lot of things happening in the background because the host is rewritten in many files and places of Checkmk. So this will take some time to simply do the job.
You need to have in mind that when you rename a host, you also rename it in the history. So you make that it always had the new name. And that's a tricky part. So. I mean, here the host name is the index. We always discussed introducing an artificial database index for the host. This would speed up that renaming, of course, but that would introduce lots of other problems where you just have the host name and need the index and vice versa. So anyway, changing that would be such a big issue that it would probably take 10 man years just for that. So we stick with the host name as the idea, which makes life easier in URLs and many other places. And that's the drawback, of course, that the renaming is slow. So, but you can do a batch renaming if you want to rename 100 hosts, you can batch that into one step. So renaming 100 hosts is as fast as renaming one host, essentially. Further question from the audience? Martin?
I have a question from Manuel. Can you disable the pickle and MK file processing, the simultaneous processing of that? For example, that you only process the pickle files? Or only let everything run on pickle?
Currently, we haven't prepared for that. I mean, the pickle files have also their drawbacks because you can simply not look into them. So we thought it would be not much overhead to have both files, so you can benefit from both worlds. But if there's a valid reason for doing this, then we might consider it. So maybe you have some ideas why you want that, then please let us know and we discuss that.
Hi, are there any changes in the activation when multiple users change things simultaneously?
Yeah, that's
And
partially, this action has partially an effect, because if you are activating only a specific number of hosts, for example, you know you have changed host A and you're activating only this change, you can simultaneously activate host B and create the configuration for it and so on. So there's not that conflict we had before. That's not also only happening between users, but also between background tasks like the dynamic host management, which does things in the background and so on. So yeah, that might be an outcome.
I mean,
which
that's
helps.
something we had been discussing a couple of years ago already. We had a long workshop, many months,
Yeah.
because you run into dependency problems. I would rather call it dependency hell, because, for example, user A creates a folder, user B creates a host in that folder, and then you just want to activate the change of user B, adding the host but not adding the folder. Doesn't make sense, of course. So you would need a very complex dependency tracking between all this stuff. And that turned out to be so complex that we dropped it totally for the while. But now, if you just restrict it to adding hosts, these are very independent tasks of each other, so that's much easier to make that independently. And so
it's not fully independent because you have parent relations, clusters,
Yeah, of
and
course.
so on. But it's easier to do than other things.
So I think that's a good example why it's not always good to solve a problem to 100%. Often the 90% solution is just 10% of the effort and solve the actual problem pretty well. Okay, so any further question here? You have now the possibility to speak with Lars himself. Okay, so Lars, then.
I mean,
We have one.
So we have many questions in there which are not related to your talk. I will not ask them, of course. Yeah, we can ask them when the right talk for that comes. Yeah, everything, for example, which is around the roadmap is something for the talk or tomorrow on the roadmap. But there's one more question here on incremental activation, and that was, how do you revert or cancel changes for that?
Reverting changes is always about the things that are happening in the user interface under the hood. You basically have one previous snapshot, then do some changes to the configuration, and that's any change, a rule change or a host change or whatever. And if you do a revert of this change, simply the previous snapshot is restored and replacing what is currently there. So there's nothing specific with the incremental changes, incremental activations we have now.
Okay, so
good.
So Lars, thanks a lot.
Yep.
Also for implementing that feature. So because Lars started his talk a bit earlier, we simply have a bit a longer break now, which is very nice. Oh.
Let's do Moritz's talk and then do a longer break.
Okay. So we skip to Moritz. Perfect. So then, Moritz, welcome to the scene. How long are you at the tribe now? Is it
4 years? Exactly.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah, my first day at the then not tribe but Matthias Kettner GmbH was the conference number 4.
Yes,
so it's actually 4 years in one day. Today.
It was very funny because he started at Checkmk immediately with his how do you call the parent time?
Yeah.
So
right.
So he started at Checkmk and I saw him the first time 5 months later or so.
Yeah. So when I first came to office.
Yeah, but anyway, it was I'm really glad that you are here and still here, and also.
So am I.
Together with Moritz in a workshop we made the new check API. We designed it, and I'm quite happy with the outcome.
Yeah, me too.
But that's not the topic of the day, isn't it?
No. Well, we touch it, but
okay.
Yeah.
So what are we going to talk now?
We're going to talk about everything that has been left out of the other talks. So topics that are not big enough to get their own talk, but still important enough that we think you should know about them. So this is a mixed topics talk.
Perfect. So have fun, ask questions, write your questions down, and then, yeah,
let's go.
Let's get started.
Right. So we'll be talking about, let's say, four topics: the system in general a bit, the platform-specific topics, and then about the agent. And, as I just told you, also about the check plugins, but only a bit. So let's start with the system. The first thing you will use when you're dealing with checkmk is the omd command, and there are some of them: omd create, remove, move, copy, update, and by the names they have, they sound fairly familiar to a Linux administrator, so you have a good idea of what they're going to be doing once you use them. So if you, for instance, used the move command, you would certainly expect it to move the site from the name test in this example to the name production, and then, or prod, and then you can seamlessly continue working with it. Now, if you try that out, you might observe that you can see doubled hosts, you may be seeing both sides, and you may be left unable to edit the new site. So that's certainly not what you want to do. And the reason for that is that those worlds, the OMD world and the checkmk world, are quite separated, and this is why this move command would not have the effect that you would want it to have. But we've built a bridge to the other world, so now when you do the move command, then it will not only, this is what it did before, it migrated the files that were initially installed via omd create to the new site. But that's not enough. So what it now does is also triggers a script called post rename site, and that does all of the rest for you. So now it behaves as you would expect. There are some cases, and then I guess we're again in this 90% case, there are some rare cases where the script will not be able to migrate everything, but instead of doing a best guess and maybe messing up your site, it will just leave those things untouched and tell you about them. So the move command will either finish successfully and you're good, or it will tell you there are some things left yet we'll have to do manually. But apart from that, it will now work as you would certainly expect it to. And the other command that's probably even more familiar to you is the omd update. Now we have always documented and recommended, do not skip major versions when updating. You always update from one version to the next. You do not skip one. And yeah, as I just told you, we've always recommended that, and it's in the instructions. Well, that's not what happens, turns out. Because the problem is, you can skip the versions. And users were doing that thinking, well, what can go wrong? And it turns out a lot can go wrong. So you can't do that anymore. We're just not having it, right? It breaks too much. So you can now update from 1.6 to 2.0. You can update from 2.0 to 2.1, but you must not skip any versions. So for instance, you cannot upgrade from 1.6 to 2.1. And in the same way, you won't be able to upgrade from 2.1 to 2.3. If you, for some weird reason that I wouldn't even know a reason for, have to do that, you can do that. You can specify the -f flag, which stands for force, and you can then update your site skipping versions, but we will not be supporting those sites anymore. And the reason for this is, as soon as we have this barrier in place, we have a proper definition of what this update script is supposed to be doing, what you can expect, and we as developers can focus on that and giving you the best possible user experience to have an upgrade that actually works without breaking stuff. But it comes to the small cost of you have to run, I don't know, 3 scripts, or you have to perform 3 steps if you want to update 3 versions. But we think that's certainly worth it if it improves the overall experience. So for the distributed monitoring, we have the same issue. When you update, we have to read the old configuration, transform it into the new configuration, and write it back to disk. For distributed monitoring, we have to do that all of the time, because if you have sites running different versions, they will be communicating with each other, and then we have to transform the configurations back and forth all the time. So that's the very same problem, and we have now the same solution. We have a version barrier. You cannot combine arbitrary versions into one distributed setup. There's one thing that you can do. You have to be able to do that. The remote site may be one version ahead. And why do you need to be able to do that? Of course, if you have a distributed setup, you cannot be expected to upgrade all of your sites in the same instant. So what you can do is you upgrade all of your remote sites, and then finally you can upgrade your central site, and then you'll be back to a distributed setup where all sites are on the same version. But anything else is no longer possible. And for a similar reason, we also have version barriers introduced between different editions. But I'm not going into detail here because I don't know them. Another thing that I want to talk about is the REST API. And we have talked about the REST API in the last conference because we introduced it in 2.0. And since we have done a lot of invisible work, bug fixing, exception handling better, security improvements, performance improvements, things like that. And we have since started to migrate our own tools to the REST API. So our integration tests, our CI, the DCD, the BI, and Grafana. And now finally, we can announce an extended REST API, including rule sets, site management, metrics, and graphs. So a little bit more detail about the invisible work. It's not entirely invisible, hopefully, because it turned out that people were actually using those endpoints, and it soon became apparent that there were some quite important things missing. For instance, the host's endpoint should return the folder of the host actually. The bulk create operation should return the results and tell you which succeeded and which didn't succeed and why didn't they succeed. And if you ask for folders, you should also get all subfolders in the response. And those three things are basically the same reason. If you are scripting something and you're using those API calls, you need this information to do something meaningful when you continue working. So we added those, and then you can also now handle downtimes and acknowledge problems for distributed setups, which is also something that you will obviously want to do. And for the agent download, you no longer need to know the hash, which is, again, I think it was a developer-driven design decision. There's a single applause, thank you. It's not my work. But yeah, in hindsight, it's quite obvious that you would want to download the agent knowing the host name and not this configuration hash. So you can now do that, and you can also download the vanilla and generic agents. What we will be adding now is support of rules. So you can now do the obvious operations with the rules. You can list them, create them, delete them, show them. And coming soon, we're not there quite yet, move a rule. And for the rule sets also, you can search them and show them. So where does this leave us? You've already seen a similar slide. The REST API is now implementing almost everything the Web API implements. There are two small things missing, the site management and the metrics and graphs. We just didn't made it to the 2.1, but they will follow soonish and will not wait to the 2.2, but they will be delivered in a patch release. And apart from that, you can see that the REST API now can do everything the Web API could do and even a bit more. And you're probably guessing what's coming next. What does this mean for the Web API? Right. It's deprecated. It's time to migrate. So we don't need the Web API anymore. And the point of the REST API was to deprecate the Web API, and we are there now. So the Web API will continue to work with 2.1, but it will be removed in 2.2. So it's time to migrate. And we're doing this the way we usually do such things. When you upgrade your site, it will be enabled because you don't expect your update to break something, certainly not. But if you install a new site, 2.1, then the Web API will already be disabled and you are encouraged to use the REST API. If you have to or you want to, for some reason, you can re-enable the Web API using the global settings. but obviously we're not recommending it. We are recommending migrate your tools to the REST API as soon as possible, because the sooner you do it, you will have more time to fix eventual problems. Maybe it's our job to fix some problems. But then as well, we are happy if we have just a bit more time. So do that. That's for the system. Now we also have some news regarding the platforms. Another goodbye, actually, because CentOS is discontinued, as you probably know. It's not gone completely, but the new release cycle makes it unsuitable for us to build our images against it. We still support all enterprise Linux distributions, and in the past we have been building our Red Hat Enterprise Linux packages using CentOS, and this is what we will not be doing anymore. Instead, it will be built natively in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. If you are running some distributions that are compatible with Red Hat Enterprise, then you're obviously good to go and to use that package. Yet another goodbye. Debian 9 support ends next month, so obviously there has to be a new appliance using Debian 10. And there will be Debian 11, but since the Linux kernel uses a different file system, there's some change to be done, so this will take a while. We're not there yet, but it's on the roadmap. So now I think it's time for some feature news. Oh, not yet, because I'll be talking about systemd, right? Jan also said it. Well, the Checkmk Linux agent supports transport via systemd or via xinetd. It's been like that for quite some time. The appropriate super server, systemd or xinetd, is chosen automatically, and what's been new in 2.0 was that systemd has been the default if both of them were present. So that's good, that's easy, right? Well, there are some limitations, and I've spent the better part of the last year dealing with them. So there are 4 major limitations. You require version 220 or higher if you want to monitor your host from multiple sites, because if you're using the Logwatch plugin or the inventory, it can lead to data loss if you have a lower version. You need version 235 or higher if you want to configure IP access lists. If you have an older version, then the shipped systemd units are deployed, but they will not be started, because older systemd versions will choose to ignore your IP allow list, or more importantly, your IP deny list, which we consider a security problem, so we are not starting those units. And version 219 is not suitable if you use the agent updater because of a bug in systemd, unless you're using CentOS, in which case the bug may or may not be patched in your 2.19 version. And if this is not enough, you still have the option of misconfiguring your IP access list, which will lock you out of your host because you can no longer pull data, which will in turn then disable the possibility to upgrade your agent on the host, which means you're locked out. And you have to actually walk to your host and install a new agent. They are not quite gone, those 4 issues, but I think we improved upon all of them. Main thing is, whenever systemd is not suitable for what reason ever, no matter what, we will then fall back to xinetd. If you have neither, of course, then you'll have to find a solution yourself. But there's no longer the units will be deployed but not started or something of this in-between situation. But whenever systemd is not suitable, we use xinetd. So, and we also simplified the criteria for the decision whether systemd is suitable or not, because we say we require version 220 or higher, period. We are not trying to detect the operating system, whether it's CentOS or not, or the patched version, or whether you actually need this feature that is only present in 220 or higher. We don't care anymore. We'll just only use version 220 or higher, and I think version 220 is from 2017, I think, so that's fair, I guess. And the older systems can fall back to xinetd. We can't get rid of this requirement of the 235 version unless you are using the agent controller. And you will be hearing more about the agent controller in a talk coming up today, I think. And hopefully most of you will be using the agent controller, and then this limitation is also gone. It's only relevant for systems without the agent controller. And the agent updater is now triggered by a dedicated systemd unit, triggered by a timer and no longer by the pulling of the data. And that means even if you misconfigure your agent, something is wrong, you are locked out, the update will still be triggered, so you have the possibility of fixing things up and then having the new agent deployed. That's what's happening on the monitored host. And there's also some changes in the site regarding agent hosts. Though this is what you would be seeing in the 2.0 version. You have these two prominent Checkmk services. I am aware that there are 4, but these are the 2 that we'll be talking about. You have the Checkmk service. That one will always, currently, is always present if the host has passive services. It will monitor the operational state of the connection, for instance, connection errors, execution times, things like that. And it will also show you various agent installation properties, such as the before mentioned IP access list, or the version of the agent itself, or the operating system of the monitored host. The Checkmk agent service is only, it should be actually, now it should be called Checkmk agent update service, because it's only present if the agent updater is deployed, and it only monitors things concerning the agent updater. And since this separation, for once, this separation is somewhat arbitrary, and more importantly, moving towards the cloud, we will more often have the situation where we have a host that doesn't have passive services itself, because it's only there to trigger a special agent, for instance, but still should have the Checkmk agent service. So we changed the criteria for the Checkmk service. It will now always be present. Footnote, unless your host is a ping-only host, but in that case, it's a ping-only host. It will only have the ping service. But in any other case, the Checkmk agent, the Checkmk service will be present. It will be monitoring only the operational state of the agent, meaning connection errors and execution times, things like that. The state of the service will not depend on the content of the transported monitoring data. So I think that this is a fair and simple distinction. If the content of the data is required to make a decision, it does not belong in that service. For instance, if you have a host configured that always expects piggyback data, and there is no piggyback data, the service will go to critical. But it will never look into the piggyback data. And the Checkmk agent service will now also always be present, and it will only monitor properties of your installation. So the agent version and operating system, the IP access list, those were present before, but they are now moved in the Checkmk agent service. The agent updater stuff is still be present in there, but now also you can now also monitor deployed agent plugins and local checks and their versions. And you can configure all of that using a single rule set. Before you could only also configure it, but I think there were 2 or 3 different rule sets. It's now moved all into this one rule set, Checkmk agent installation auditing. Now, final thing towards the check plugins, and one topic that comes up very often is clustering of check plugins. So I'll talk about that now. Now, this is sometimes complicated, so please concentrate, in particular for the next slide. But and I have to concentrate as well, because it is complicated. Well, but first of all, what are we talking about? Why would you even do that? Some services need the context of other hosts to be meaningful. For instance, you might be monitoring users in your network. So you aggregate all of your access points to a cluster, and then you can count the login users and have, for instance, levels upon the count of users. But for this to be meaningful, you must aggregate all of the access points, because the number of logged in users in one access point is not very meaningful if you have 10 of them or more. And the other thing is that sometimes you have services that will move from one host to another. Maybe a file system that can be mounted here or there, and you don't want to have to rediscover it all of the time. So you create a cluster, those nodes are part of the cluster, and to the cluster it doesn't matter where the file system is actually mounted on which node. So these are the two main reasons why you would want to cluster a service, and this is why we offer this possibility. And again, there are more rules than you would hope there are to do this. So maybe you look for a clustered service, and then you will find, I think, 3 or 4 rules that are relevant. Right. So the clusterization of Check plugins has changed during the last releases, so I'm giving you a short recap how the situation was in 1.6, and then we'll see how it's now and how it will be. Keep in mind that we need to think about 4 different types of plugins here. So there are the legacy plugins programmed against the old API. So in 1.6, obviously, those are the only ones that existed. And there are the modern plugins programmed against the new API. And both of them come in 2 different flavors. Either the developer thought about how they should behave on a cluster, or they didn't. Now, the problem with the old ones is you don't even know which one they are. Sometimes you can see that the developer actually thought about it, and sometimes you don't see it. That doesn't mean they didn't. It just means you don't know. So that's bad, right? So if we're I will be calling it native cluster mode if the developer actually thought about it and the plugin is designed to be run on a cluster. So if you're using a legacy plugin and you're in the native cluster mode, that will hopefully work as intended. The problem is, again, you don't know whether you are. So there's this other part of unknown. And that the behavior is just unspecified. It might work, it might not work. It might crash, it might be always okay, it might be never okay. It might work perfectly well, but you can't tell. So that's, for a monitoring system, that's bad, right? That's not an option. So when we moved to the new Check API, the first thing we did was we migrated manually all of the plugins that had a native cluster mode to the new API. So that's dealt with. Then, unfortunately, we had to extend this unspecified behavior just for a while because it's a lot of work, and we didn't manage to implement a better solution. But at least for the new plugins, they would not work on a cluster just doing anything, something. So if you tried to configure a plugin like that for a cluster, you would just get a warning, this plugin is not fit for clustering, please change your configuration. Which I think is better than just doing anything, really. But of course, that's it's not satisfying. So we have now come up with a new solution for those 2 categories of plugins, which is you have to configure a way they are clustered. And this is available for the old plugins and the new plugins as well. And then, you have to configure it, and then one of those options, I'll be telling you in a minute, will be used. And obviously, the native cluster mode for the new API is still available, but in addition, you will be able to use one of the 3 aggregation modes. Now, this is the rule you need to set up. There's a new rule, but again, looking for clustered service, you can find it. And then you'll have to choose the way you want to aggregate. And there's the native cluster mode, and there's 3 other modes to choose from. The failover mode, the worst node should win, and the best node should win. I guess this is fairly straightforward. I'll tell you in a minute anyway, but you can probably guess what those mean. Now, the native mode, if it is available, is probably the one you would want to use, because it's work to implement it, and if a developer decided he has to implement it, then that was probably for a reason. So this is the kind of heuristic why you would want to choose it, probably. The main thing that this native mode can do that the other modes cannot do is, while looking at one node, you can take into account the data of the other nodes. So if you have, for instance, coming back to the example of logged in users or maybe licenses in use, then you could add them all up. The other modes can't do that. But the native mode can somehow aggregate the data from all of the nodes. And this is why we have to have it. And the other nodes, well, in the best node wins. So as long as at least one node is okay, then the overall result is okay. But every node will be evaluated individually. That's the key difference. In those three modes, all of the nodes will be evaluated individually. And I think this is a key misunderstanding. The native cluster mode does not do that. It does not evaluate results for every individual node. It never has. But now we have the possibility, and the best aggregation chooses one of the best nodes. The worst aggregation chooses one of the worst nodes. And then there's also the failover aggregation, which is a lot like worst, but with one key difference. You don't expect, or let's put it the other way around, you expect only one node to produce a result at all. You don't expect three nodes to be okay. You expect one node to be okay and the other nodes to not even have the item or the service. And this is like a true failover case. Only one node will provide the service, and at some time another node will take over, but you never expect it to be on more than one node. So this is why in the failover case, your service will go to warning if there is even more than one result, regardless whether it's okay or not. So that's that. And then also we just, apart from these big changes, we just have a lot of new plugins, and I'm not going to read those out. You can look at the picture while I'm talking, and we're done. And not only have we new plugins, of course, we also improve upon old plugins. I'm not reading those either, but usually this would include like adding configuration options most of the time, or adding metrics or things like that. And one final thing, there are not only check plugins, there are also notification plugins, and we have improved a few of them. So you can now send SMS via a modem API, which allows us to extend the coverage and cover more cases. The service now supports also creating cases, so that means you have not only incidents, but also cases and recovery. And we have a consistent configuration option for proxy support and disabling SSL verification. All of the plugins implemented now, and those 6 that are highlighted, to those it's new. The other ones already supported it. And finally, for pushover, we can now vibrate, not sound.
Any questions? Martin, do we have any questions online?
Yes, we also have questions, but I think Lars, you need to get a mic, because Lars, you also have to answer a couple of these questions. So if you're around, yeah, there he is. Oh yeah, I have already something from Harry Hirsch. Wasn't the ending .pi on plugins deprecated? Just saw a couple of them on slide 29.
No. The old check plugins did not have the .py ending. The new plugins do have the .py ending. And the reason is that several things that we have been implementing ourselves are now just realized by the regular Python import world, which makes things easier for everyone, I think.
as we have Lars now here, I have a couple of API questions for you, because I don't think, Moritz, you want to answer them.
Not, I don't insist.
So, will there be a REST API to manage DCD, for example, for Kubernetes clusters in 2.1?
Managing DCD connections, I guess. So that's not the highest on our priority list, but I think in the end we want to be able to configure everything with Checkmk and within Checkmk via the API. So that might be something we will add in case it's really usable for many of you. So we have so far, as we have heard, covered the features of the web API, and now we are moving towards extending the whole functionality by other things, which were not able to be configured via the API. So the DCD might be something to add next, if it's needed.
And another API question. Now that we are migrating, obviously, or everyone has to migrate to the REST API with at least a latest 2.2. Is there a helpful documentation page to help migrate from the web API to the REST API?
I think we currently don't have a dedicated document for the process of migrating. The REST API has already from the start been better documented than the web API, because the documentation was built out of the specification. So you have the tools in the Checkmk side in place, which help you with a detailed description of which parameters you can put into the API, which response you can get back from it, and also some code examples are there to get started with some API calls. But if it turns out that there is the need for instructions to how to migrate these things, maybe we can do something, make some kind of documentation or workshop or whatever. Could be something, I think.
And then we have a question from Philip. I think, Philip, I see you there. Do you want to maybe ask the question yourself?
Job. It's not me.
Sorry, Philip.
Hi, Lars.
Philip, hi.
Hi. Is it possible to define the order of rules within the REST API? So if you put a rule in a folder, is it possible to order them?
Yeah, if you look at the public Git today, this will not be possible. So you can add rules, but they are appended to the end of the folder. And we have that already in review, and so that's merged within the next couple of days. That's a dedicated endpoint for moving rules within a folder, but also between folders.
That sounds good. Thank you.
And another API question from Christopher. Will the REST API allow inventory management? I don't know what that means.
Inventory management. I mean, in the we have in the user interface some JSON endpoints which allow exporting hardware-software inventory data, with also some filtering options and so on. So this might be something of interest, but so far this is not implemented in the REST API. But yeah, it's a common use case to get such information out of Checkmk. So I think it would be good to have something like that.
And should we consider the option that the question actually meant discovery?
If Christopher is here, he can also ask it. Yeah, there he is. Can someone give him a mic? So, whoever's on mic duty.
I think it could be very useful to have the REST API for actually exchanging a hard disk. So you won't do it manually. That would be an inventory change.
Okay. So, yeah, I think I asked this question last year already, because I was afraid that when you shut down the web API, I will not be able to export all my hosts and put them in a CMDB like ServiceNow or whatever.
Okay, so I didn't understand that so far. What you would expect from the REST API? Sorry.
There's the web API where you can add hosts and add rules and everything, but there's this other, older or forgotten API that allows you to export inventory data. And this wasn't covered so far on your slides, if this will be possible with the REST API, because I would say I really depend on this information.
Okay, so that's the hardware-software inventory information.
Exactly.
So you need an endpoint where you can fetch the inventory data from a specific host.
I grab all the hosts from my Checkmk instance and put them in a CMDB, like ServiceNow, yeah.
Okay. So the endpoint you mentioned is, I think, not really part of the web API, so it won't be dropped in this step. The endpoint will be still there. And, but I think it's a good functionality for the REST API to have the option to export this. So it's a good candidate for expanding the use of the REST API. We have not specifically this type on the roadmap, but yeah.
Then let's put it there.
Yeah. Maybe you can add some information on the boards back then, and then let's vote on that.
Use your stickers wisely.
So as you already hear, Lars, a couple of questions on the version barrier on distributed monitoring. Are there any plans for easy deployment of updates in larger distributed monitoring installations, especially since we have version barriers now?
So about managing the Checkmk site update, deploying Checkmk versions and so on. So far, that's not our focus. I mean, we have already a pretty good way to do things there, and so far it has been up to you to do the automation job for larger installations. And I think with all the deployment variants of Checkmk, the appliance, Docker containers, individual Linux systems and so on, it's pretty individual what kind of environment you have and how your remote sites are set up and so on. So so far it seems to be the better approach to provide you with some templates, some examples how you could build your automation. And that's already being done by examples we have on GitHub for automations. So that might be helpful for you to get started with it.
Okay, now I have something easy, because we talked about it yesterday already. Does the version barrier for distributed monitoring only apply to distributed config or also to plain live status integration, for example, for centralized dashboards?
Yeah, that's only about the configuration API. So if you have distributed configuration of multiple sites, only for getting status data out of a site you don't have under your control, for example, and you can't influence the update of this site, then that's not part of the version barrier, because yeah, the API between the user interface and live status is not that complex, not so complex like the setup and configuration API. So we can keep that open for you to use it.
And as we also talked about a little bit about live status, will there be a Checkmk piggyback multi-site sync, multi-site live status query language option?
What?
I have no idea. Jonas, if you are around, maybe you can clarify on the questions. I sometimes ask these questions which I know nobody will understand. Or at least, I mean, 18 people upvoted it, so a lot of you probably understood it. So yeah, if someone understands it, maybe they can explain it.
These were a lot of buzzwords.
There, Robert.
Yeah.
Robert.
Maybe when a host on site A generates piggyback data for a host on site B. Maybe that's the question, if that's somehow synced automatically.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So typical scenario you might have is a complex VMware setup or something where a VM moves around locations and should be monitored by different sites, or the data is appearing on one site and should be monitored by another site. Yeah, in fact, we are discussing this for a longer time, and we continue this speaking about this. And I don't want to spoiler that too much, but I think we will be doing something about it. So that's
not much indeed. It's not much spoiler.
No. So I think it's for.
Okay, I have a question from Bierman. I think Bierman was looking for the Cisco Meraki plugin on the slide, and if there's any update on the Cisco Meraki plugin.
I think there is, but I'm not too sure.
Where is he?
I think it's just not finished enough that we didn't dare to put it on the slide.
Yeah, not yet, but coming soon, I hope. Yeah. Working on it. I know actually who is working on it, but yeah.
But it's not been forgotten.
Yeah, don't worry. Then don't worry, the mobile app question we will ask eventually, but I think that's something for tomorrow for the roadmap talk. It already has 45 upvotes. As we already talked about notifications as well, and MS Teams is missing, yeah, I think we don't have a notification system or method to MS Teams, yeah? And that was the question if there will be one at some point.
Yeah,
maybe.
If it's relevant, then there will be.
Write it on the chart, and if it gets a lot of votes, then it might come for free soon. I'm not in product, so I just promise stuff.
No, but I think we should stress this, because yes, of course you can build that. Sure. But it's, for us developers, sometimes hard to tell what are the important things, what should we be doing next. And there are all sorts of notification plugins that we could be building. And I think the conference is a good opportunity to get an idea of what we should be doing. So yeah, put it on there.
And use the
also
chance.
Tomorrow we will have a talk at the morning about how you can influence the roadmap. So maybe tomorrow we can come back to the question how you can get your features implemented.
But use the vaults back somewhere, because back there it's a good opportunity. You can make your voice sound here. This is always for us very important. Here, if you are here on the conference, on site, we really value that and value your opinion of the ones who are coming here to make that also a little bit special for the ones. Yeah. I have a lot of other questions on other stuff. However, I would say we are almost close to our break.
Yeah, let's eat something.
Maybe someone else has a question in the...
One last question in the audience. I mean, we have 2 days left and much time for questions.
Is the mic on? Yes. I've got a question regarding systemd and the agent updater. You said you would use a dedicated systemd timer to start the agent updating process. Will the other asynchronous checks be started by this as well, or are they still started with the Python sleep?
They are still started by the asynchronous agent process. Maybe just a quick recap. For reasons, because of the way systemd manages memory and processes, we can no longer start processes and keep them running in the background. This is what xInit used to be doing. Whenever you pulled the agent, then the update of the cached information was triggered. And with systemd, we can no longer do that. So we now have 2 agent processes. One is the one that is being triggered whenever you call the agent, and that one will only output the data, and the other one will be running permanently, taking care of the update of the cache data. And that will still exist. And also this process is in charge of contacting your host, seeing whether there is an update of the agent that should be downloaded, download it, and then in a separate unit, once a minute, the updater will check, is there a new agent package on disk that I should be installing? And then it would do that.
Synchronous tasks die.
Yes, there are a lot.
Okay, so I guess we skip to the good part now, to the break. Thanks much, Moritz, about the new insights of the new developments. And Lars.
Pleasure.
So we make a short break. I think is it 35 minutes roughly? You have the timetable on the back of your badge. So eat something, relax, and afterwards we continue with the next interesting talk.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying watching the CheckMK conference live stream. So we're taking a break right now, so we can take a few minutes to look at the chat. So let's see. And yeah, so if you have any questions, yeah, just feel free to put it on Slido. Right. So I hope you're enjoying the conference. So yeah, this is the first time we're doing the hybrid conference. So yeah, I hope it's working out. And you can also see the live stream on checkmk.com/live, where Slido will also be there. Right, let's see. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces on the chat and on Slido asking questions. So that's really great. It's great to see you. And it's great that even though you're not in Munich, you're able to make it in the live stream. So yeah, let's see. Can we get a shout out from everyone who's joining us live? Who's here with us today? See, still just a bit of delay. Right. Yeah, so the so the live stream will be until the end of the session today. So not the evening event will not be streamed, unfortunately. Yeah, it would be nice to get an idea where the online visitors are all from. So can we get just like a quick sharing of where you're tuning in from? Like maybe your country or your city. That will be very interesting. As of now, we have 104 viewers joining us live. So it's very nice. Around 300 plus people, 112. Sorry, I stand corrected. And then there are like around 300 people in Munich right now. Awesome. Yeah. Ivan is from the Netherlands. So, hey, thanks for tuning in. Rob from Australia. Awesome. Thanks so much for joining, even though there's a big difference in the time. All right, Lucky Frodo from Austria. Hey. Right, so Marco is asking, is there any chance there will be more options to customize views in the future? Like changing font size or just in general positioning of content? Yeah, we will see what we can do, because right now, I think things are fixed, but I think we can make some adjustments. Guillaume from France, hey. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope I said your name correctly. Miguel from Canary Islands, Spain, hey. Must be a great weather there. Oh, someone also messaged on Slido, Marcus from Germany. Hey there. Right, Parthiban from India. Hey, it's a bit late, but yeah, thanks for tuning in. Right, so we also have our feedback forms for the sessions that happened previously. So yeah, if you have any feedback about it, it will be really great if you can let us know. So I will just paste the link on the chat. see. So yeah, I pasted something on the chat. So yeah, feel free to give your feedback on the talks that happened previously so that we'll know how we can do better, especially on the next talks. Right now we're on break, and I think we will be back in like 4:45 German time. Yeah. Chris Big Bad is from Munich. Hey, you're in Munich. Why don't you join the conference? It's just a few kilometers away from you, I think. I didn't know this. Okay, Andreas from Berlin. Hey there. Phil from UK. Hey there. Thanks for joining. And Martin from Switzerland. Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, so we will be back by 4:45 German time. So that's the Central European Summer Time. Yeah, so all talks will be live streamed, so don't worry. There will also be recording. So if you have missed anything, you can always come back to the recordings. But then, hey, it will be fun to join us live. Right, yeah. So it's so great to know that people are from all over the world, pretty much. That's so nice, and it's so great that the CheckMK community has gathered again. So yeah, Chris. Oh, the boss would not pay. Such a shame. So hopefully for next year they would be convinced to pay for it. And yeah, let me know if you need help with that. Right. So with that, I think I will leave you all to your break so that you can stretch and just leave the screen for a while. We'll be back again at 4:45 German time, right?
about dashboarding. Welcome, Marcel. So you have invented lots of time in dashboarding and also in work with Grafana. What are your experiences when you compare the Checkmk way of doing things with Grafana? We have spoken about that before.
I don't want to spoil too much of the talk that's upcoming, but there are some things that Checkmk makes pretty unique, and that makes dashboarding pretty unique in Checkmk. So I don't want to do a rant, but I guess we have some advantages that needs to be talked about.
So the bottom line is you worked with Checkmk and Grafana and learned how awesome Checkmk is in the first place from that.
Let's say there
some
are some
hidden gems.
Let's say there are some benefits working with Checkmk and having the database of the metrics and of the services in the same tool.
Yeah, because I believe there are three kinds of monitoring systems. Systems based on metrics, systems based on events, and systems based on status. And when you create a monitoring system, you begin with one of these three ways. And then you suddenly realize that the other two disciplines are also necessary. So if you start building a monitoring system built around metrics, at some point you see, oh, we need a state, warning or quit, and then you try to introduce thresholds and stuff like that. And I believe it's best to start, as we did, with status, because it's much easier to add a metric to status than to add a status to a metric, because some checks don't have any metric at all. So
that's true.
There are some advantages of this Checkmk approach where you stumbled upon actually when comparing the systems. And so I'm quite curious what you did with the new dashboard. So have fun with Marcel and let's get started.
Yeah. So just welcome from my side. Is this working? Yeah, it is. I know that Lars told you and Jan told you, but I guess you will believe it more if I tell you once more. I'm pretty happy to be on a presence conference again, and talking to all of you. Had already some nice conversations, so thank you for being here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Marcel Ahrens, and I'm currently in the product management of Tribe 29. I'm several years with Tribe 29, and as Matthias already said, we are now talking about system dashboards or dashboarding in general and the workflows on that. So in Checkmk 2.0, we already added a lot of new dashboard elements to visualize your data, and we added some other improvements. And we wanted to continue that drive and add in 2.1 in Checkmk some more features and some more things. And we thought about what could we do to make it easier for you to understand how the dashboards work in Checkmk and to encourage you to build your own dashboards. And by doing that, I want to show you the final of my talk as the first slide. So this is one of the dashboards we built for Checkmk 2.1. These are built-in, off-the-shelf dashboards for monitoring your Linux server group. I guess, I see it here too. Nice. And to work with that and see it as a starting point or as a usage if it fits already your requirements. And I have one question for you. If you look at this fine and cool looking dashboard, it's pretty useful. Who of you is encouraged and feels encouraged to build their own dashboard in Checkmk? Okay, that's not so many. Let's see if we can improve that. So when we built this dashboard, I saw at many customer sites that they are using dashboards in a pretty awkward way. And I asked myself, why is that? And maybe it's because sometimes you feel intimidated by building dashboards in Checkmk. And I think, personally, that has not to be. It's not necessary, because it's pretty easy, actually, if you understand some key things. And the first thing I want to start with is the dashboard elements, because this is obviously the first starting point. It's how you visualize your data in Checkmk on the dashboards. I need to focus on myself on this screen, not on this screen, I guess. So the first new dashboard element will be, or is, the inventory information. With the inventory information in a dashboard, you may add some basic information, some meta information of the things you're looking at, actually. It's to enrich your context with, for example, the OS server name, like you can see. Let's see if the laser pointer is working. Yes. Over here, or the operating system and the version of your server that you are working with. Could be very necessary to see that and to know that. Also to see your CPU cores, your interfaces, or the installed ROM. The second thing we added is the state information of single services or single hosts. And I guess everybody of you knows an example of when you have a server or a cluster or a group of hosts where some services are mission critical to the service that they are providing for the application or for anything else. And these services, these mission critical services, you may want to have on your dashboard, and with these elements that I'm showing right now, is this finally possible. And not only that you see immediately if your core service or your mission critical service is okay or crit or has a problem, you also would be able to add the service summary to immediately see what's the problem and how to maybe also how to solve this problem. It's pretty perfect for aggregating information into one service. Some hint, you could also add a BI service into that. And if you can display the state of one service, obviously, you may want to display the state of several services or several hosts. And with this dashlet, or with this dashboard element, you're not only displaying what's the specific state of your group of hosts or your group of services, you already get an overview and the big picture of, again, the dashboard that you're looking at currently now. But there are not only new dashboard elements that we added. There are also dashboard elements in Checkmk that are pretty useful and pretty exciting and not used very often to its full functionality. One example is the host views. If you add host views or service views, you usually add the service name or the service summary, the host name, maybe something related to a host, like the summary of services, how many services are okay, one crit. But you could do many things more, like adding inventory information again to get an overview, or adding joint columns or columns in the host view that is displaying aggregated, minimalized metric data, like the performeter. And with this, you're not only displaying an aggregated view, some information or a lot of information, but you also could add links to that. So for each column in this example, you could add a link or you could add a tooltip. So by hovering over the host name, for example, you could add the IP address of what you are looking at, of this host. And one special view is the inventory view. So using inventory tables in your dashboard is actually pretty easy. Here I used the example of the operating system that the server has. And with this complex data, you have again an aggregated view and an aggregated state on your dashboard, a lot of information that may be useful to investigate your problem or to investigate what's happening. So I will ask this question again. Who of you, I need to look, feels encouraged now with knowing what elements you can use and with these some minor tweaks? Who of you feels comfortable to build your own dashboards now?
But only raise your hand if you hadn't raised your hand before.
Okay. So that's not many more. So obviously it helps not if you not just know the elements, but maybe we have the next topic. Checkmk, and I talked about it a couple of minutes ago with Matthias, has some pretty unique features. Features that distinct Checkmk from other tools. And one of the things is that Checkmk is aware of its elements and of the shown data. So if we look at a generic dashboard, we have some elements there, a single metric, and we have a time series there and a group of metrics. And usually the dashboarding tool does not know at all about anything that's inside of these dashlets or these dashboard elements. You could maybe add some variables to have a workaround for that, but in the end it's the same. You have a lot of manual effort to do to make that work and to connect all these elements. In Checkmk, that's not the case. Every dashboard in Checkmk has a context, and every dashboard in Checkmk is aware of the data it shows to you. You can filter it, you can limit the shown data, limit the shown hosts or services that are displayed in your dashboard. And that's pretty unique already. But that's a typical dashboard anyway. So you're showing random data, arbitrary data from one or more hosts. And so one thing that is an advantage if you have a context-based or a context-aware dashboard is that you also could say, I want to show a dashboard of a single object. A single object could be a host or a service or anything else in Checkmk. And with this single object, I already know that I have to care about one host only. I will come back later, but in this example, I just have to set the host name on the dashboard as a context, and every dashboard element is showing the data automatically. One advantage is, if you are the user, you could just change the host name and use the same dashboard for a different host showing different data. You have a template in Checkmk for dashboards. And using these templates is one thing we have to keep in mind for later. But what's filtering in dashboards in Checkmk? So I talked about there as a context, it is aware of the data it's showing. And we have in Checkmk several levels of how the dashboard distincts what data to show. The most default, the upper level is the default filter of dashboard properties. But you can already limit the set of shown data or considered data in the dashboard properties itself and tell, I want to display my data for my load balancers only. This dashboard is for load balancers only. And additionally, you can also set a definition of required filters and say, okay, this dashboard needs this or that context, this or that filter, like a service or a host group to work. You need to fill that out. I cannot do that for you. The second line is the dashboard elements, and that's one thing you may not know. The dashboard elements are able to not only extend the filtering and extend what has to be shown, but also override what in the default filter has been configured. That's the word I'm looking for. And finally, on the user level, when you're opening a dashboard, you may want to change the context of this dashboard. You may want to change the host name. You may want to change the service or host group. And this is done here. And here again, you can make the use of all the power in Checkmk. In my generic dashboard, this means I add on a global filter my application A as a default filter, and I override this filter on my groups of metrics because I want to have context for a different application because it's necessary and depending on that. I could also add additional service as a filter. And finally, if I open the dashboard, I defined that the user may or is forced to add additional context to this dashboard to make it work. He's defining the host group or changing the host group. So let's go to a different thing before I come back to that now. So we are now about filtering. And when you open up a dashboard and you have the context that may be filled out, you have some different ways of accessing this data. So this is for all of you who are not familiar with that. So obviously you have the classical navigation over the menu of Checkmk, and that's the pretty standard way of navigating in any tool, using the menu. I do that all the time. But there in Checkmk there are more ways to do that, more ways to access your data, because when I get my overview, for example, of the Linux hosts I already showed you, and I want to drill down, I want to see more details about one particular thing. It's a hard way and not a good workflow to just open the menu again, selecting another dashboard, and then again open the menu again and selecting a different dashboard to get my investigation ongoing. It's better to use, for example, the title of a dashboard element. I see I have some awkward things in my percentage of total service problems. I want to investigate in that case more in detail. It's more natural to just click on the title to investigate and to see a dashboard or a view that provides me more details about this specific thing. Or using a drill down by the views. Like I said, you could add links to these views and use these links to get to another dashboard or view. And one thing is pretty unique and pretty fancy in this case. If you click, for those of you who can't read that, there's localhost. It's no necessary information, but if you click on that link, on the host name, and you have a dashboard behind that is a single object dashboard like I told you before, and it's a single host dashboard, the filter, the host name is automatically filled out for you by just going through this link. And this spares you the effort to fill out the filter by yourself. And it's not only here, but the same link provides you the cloud dashboard of this host. To make that more visible, I made a short video. So that's the usual way you go navigate in Checkmk. You go to a dashboard and then you look at it and you see some data, and maybe you want to drill down using the dashlets, but maybe you all want to drill down to the host name and go by that. And this dashboard is a dashboard that has a needed context, and it's filled out automatically by clicking just on a thing. And you can further drill down to another view that is providing some more information about this specific thing. So this should not happen, this should happen. And I think that many of you may not be aware that they are using this feature every day. If you go to the all hosts and you click on one host, you get to a specific view that is providing you a specific information for just one host. It's the same principle as I showed you. And the same goes for dashboards. So using that makes your life very easy, or much more easier. But when you have these filters and you have these single dashboards and you may use the navigation directly in your dashboards, you may raise your question, why showing this dashboard in the monitor menu at all? And that's why we provide some functionality to actually not do that, to actually not showing a dashboard in the monitor menu. If you decide that's not necessary, I just use this dashboard as a context dashboard from another source. Or I use this dashboard occasionally, but not very often. I want to make that only visible in the show more part of the menu. And finally, just hiding it from the drop-down menus. I will explain in a couple of seconds a little bit more about drop-down menus for those of you who are not familiar with this thing and ask themselves, what the heck? So navigation gets much more comfortable if you use this and if you hide things. You are not obligated to show all the stuff and all the cool features to your users at the same time. So hiding them from the menu could be useful. Hiding them, and that's the menu I was speaking of in the properties of a specific view. Hiding them there makes sense if this particular dashboard is useful only in a few cases, but you have 5,000 hosts, and for these 10, I don't want to add that in here. And finally, you could hide it at all and make it not visible at all in Checkmk if you're using this dashboard only on specific things, like a drill down on your dashboard element. Sorry, I had to look in my screen there. The V is gone. And finally, one thing that is left is the cloning of dashboards. And cloning of dashboards is a long story of some misunderstanding. So in Checkmk, you have some built-in dashboards. And with these built-in dashboards, you can work out of the box, and if they do not fit to you, you can customize them. And you do that by cloning the dashboards. These dashboards can be owned by other users if they share that with you. And these users or yourself can clone a dashboard that is built in and save it under the same ID, overwriting the built-in dashboard. And there's two things that are notable in this case. First of all, if another user is cloning a built-in dashboard and providing that, sharing that with you, he's not overriding your own built-in dashboard. But by sharing that with you, you are able to adopt this customization and say, okay, that looks cool. I want that too. And you can clone it yourself and make it one of your own. Also seeing other dashboards like he built or she built on their own and make it yourself. But be aware, there are some pitfalls when doing that. When speaking with customers as a consultant, I often saw that users wondered, why is my dashboard looking differently than one of my colleagues? I have no clue what's happening, and they just simply forgot that they cloned the dashboard, or simply forgot that they cloned their view. So you need to give your cloned or your customized dashboards or element views some attention from time to time, especially when upgrading to a different version. Taking a look, what's new, do I need that, do I want to adopt that? It's missing from you if you do that on the same ID, if you just override the built-in dashboard, even from Checkmk, but also from your colleagues. If he's making changes, take a look at that from time to time to see if you want to adopt that too. Another thing could be that you consider running these dashboards not on the same ID by overriding them, but giving a slightly different, unique ID to see the original dashboards and see that you made your customizations on that. You saw that on the slide before, I guess, when I made a different title. It's pretty the same, but it's slightly different, so that you know it's not the original one. So again, two more times. Who feels now comfortable to build their own dashboards with these things? It's getting a bit more, yeah? Don't be shy. Yeah, it's getting more. By building all these off-the-shelf system dashboards during the last year, I remembered some things that often makes persons feeling uncomfortable to building their own dashboards because it's not working like they expected that it's to work. So I noted some 5 best practices to build your own dashboards, because 5 is a very fancy number and it's easy to remember. But before I start, I want to highlight 2 things to fully understand all this stuff. So one thing is, we in Checkmk do have a one-screen dashboard. We do not scroll, and we force you to provide all the data you have to show on one screen. It has to be fit into one single screen. I repeat that so you can remember that in case you forgot. So that's implying that you focus on mandatory information in a dashboard. You have not unlimited space, one dashboard. You need to focus, is this information I want to provide on this dashboard absolutely necessary on this dashboard? What's my focus? What's the purpose of my dashboard when I want to build that? May I move that to a different dashboard for a drill down, for example, using these features I explained earlier to make that happen? And the second thing is how dashboard elements in Checkmk work. I've been told that it is too small, so I highlighted a bit better for you. I hope in the last lines you can see that. Each dashboard element in Checkmk has an anchor. That's the green thing up here. So there's actually an anchor And this anchor tells you from which point a dashboard element is expanding to the right and to the bottom in this case. And how is this dashboard element expanding is told by you with providing information. You could say it should be auto-sizing. So it sizes and expands until it hits another dashboard element and then stops. You could do it manually because this dashboard element does not benefit from expanding from different screen resolutions. So you limit it in the height, for example, or in the width. And finally, I'm aware that I'm not showing that here. You could say it should max sizing. So it should expand as much as possible to the end of the screen. And with that, I'm starting finally to the 5 best practices. So keep focused. The first best practice is group, if you're building a dashboard, group your elements with specific sizes in the upper left of your dashboard. So these dashboard elements have all auto width and auto height, but they are limited to the next element from the right or from the down, from the bottom. And this is grouped by 2 things. One is the next group by setting the anchor on the left upper right, on the left upper, I guess it is. And on the bottom, it's limited by the manual height that I gave them. So this is a group of elements. And this part of your dashboard naturally does not expand by having different screen resolutions. So you can place them here to make them kind of static. The second thing is that you use your tables that you want to implement in your dashboards to use the space effectively. So tables tend to do not profit from dynamic width because you have a specific amount of entries, a specific amount of columns in this table, and that sets the limit of the width. But these tables usually do profit from a dynamic height. So if you add them at the bottom, you have a mechanic to provide this dashboard for different screen resolutions on a full HD or on a WQHD, and this dashboard element at the bottom will expand accordingly to your screen resolution, making the dashboard fit to every resolution. The third thing is about time series graphs. So for time series graphs, it's usually the exact opposite of tables. They profit from a dynamic width, and they do not profit from a dynamic height. So place them in the upper right of Checkmk, of the dashboard, to benefit from different screen resolutions. When I made the system dashboards, I made the system dashboards to work on a full HD screen. By using different screens, this is no problem on this case, because on a WHQ resolution, they will just get bigger and provide you more insights on the metrics. Also, there's a second thing, see it as a side note. You can group 2 dashboard elements together next to each other, making them a group individually by having them here, the anchors I already mentioned, and on the right side, I will come back later. Somebody made this differently, so this should not be happening. Anyway, the fourth best practice. Use automatic scaling as often as possible It makes your life easier. I will show you that in a minute, in a video. And use the manual dimensions to define your groups. I told you that in the first best practice when I made this group by providing a manual height on the bottom. You could also do that, I did that in the second group, and with this case, you may have full control over your different groups in your dashboard that you want to show. And just to make it more, give you a better feeling about that, I tried to show you that. So I'm going into the edit mode, and I can change the behavior of dashboard elements very easy by clicking on that and having an auto width or an auto height. I can click anywhere in dashboard element and just move it around. Every other dashboard element around that will behave accordingly and making my life much more easy by changing the behavior or the space dimensions in my dashboard, but just moving the element I want to change. And the fifth and last best practice I want to tell you, or I want to show you, is some things about the anchors. If you're having the opportunity to change the anchors from the upper left or from the upper right to the upper bottom right or bottom left, people tend to use that all the time. But let me say to you, keep the anchors in the upper left by default as often as possible. There are only two exceptions I would recommend to not to do that. The one exception is if you have a dashboard element on the very right of your screen. You want to fit that to the screen, so keeping that the anchor on the right makes sense. And the second exception is it's the last element on the bottom. So you have your border on the bottom. And believe me, I think that these are the only two exceptions you should change the anchor. And by doing that, I think it makes your life much more easy by building dashboards. I will ask this question one last time. Do not laugh, I'm serious. Who of you feels now more comfortable to build dashboards on their own? That's actually much more than last time. So next time I will have a talk about this third topic only. Okay.
It's very interesting because now we talked about the layout of the dashboard, and that seems to make more headaches than the actual content.
Yeah, as they should.
Yeah, I mean this whole layout thing, I must admit, was my idea at the beginning. So screens have different sizes, you know, and when you create a nice dashboard for one screen and show it on another one, it looks like shit because much space is wasted or it doesn't fit. Or the other thing is, if your eyes get worse and worse, you tend to press Control+ to make everything bigger. And with this automatic layout engine, you have the same screen size, increase the font size, and everything still works. So the elements just the font gets bigger, and it rearranges that still you have all the elements on the dashboard, but it works. So that's the idea behind this dynamic layout of the dashboards. And I think that's a quite unique feature to Checkmk. And it's a superset of the other dashboards. You can work with fixed sizes and fixed positions and everything fixed, which is very easy. But I think, as Marcel has shown, it's not too difficult to activate this automatic layout, and you really benefit from different screen sizes, even if you're the only person using the dashboard on just the same screen, because you can resize the fonts all the time.
Thank you. I'm in the lucky position to be young and dynamic, so I just usually make things smaller, but I guess it's the same approach. So last topic, I guess, off-the-shelf dashboards. Let's go to that. You saw that before, I guess. So this is an overview dashboard of Linux hosts. And this is not meant to be used with all your 5,000 Linux hosts to display them in one dashboard. It's meant to have a group that is connected to each other and has a context to each other. For example, my example of the load balancers. And with this dashboard, you get a quick overview of what's happening in this group. And if you want to have more details, you can also go, like I showed, into the second dashboard and the more specific dashboard of a specific host. And with this dashboard, you usually have to see more information because you are now DevOps or an admin of the server that is investigating of a particular problem, because you're not looking at that randomly, I guess. And of course, we wanted, firstly, I wanted to consider all these best practices in these dashboards, and also make that happen for both Windows and Linux hosts. So we tried to make it as looking as similar or as the same as possible, even if we had to change some things to get you into the topic by, for example, not providing the CPU load, because Windows does not know about that. It's called processor queue. Actually, side note, for myself, I understand that better than, yeah. Anyway. And of course, on the Windows single host dashboard, we did that too. And actually, I have no idea what to tell more about that, because it's looking quite the same like Linux single host dashboard. But I hope with these custom and with these off-the-shelf dashboards that we provide you with Checkmk 2.1, and Martin will show you more later on, I hope I and we are encouraging you to building your own dashboards and sharing that with your colleagues and with other persons by maybe customizing our off-the-shelf dashboards or by building your own. And now I'm finished.
So the first question is for myself.
Oh, now I'm afraid.
I have a feature request. No, it's a very simple thing. We already talked about conditional dashboards. The simple idea is that the dashboard would know that it's just useful if the host is a Linux host, for example. Maybe we're using host labels or whatever, or the existence of certain services. And then you wouldn't have to make a checkbox if you want to see that dashboard in the menu, but it would simply pop up if it knows it's a Linux host.
That's pretty funny, because I had the same idea when I was building this dashboard.
So I ask you all, please use one of your stickers there, and if the feature request isn't there, write it somewhere and put all your stickers there. It's for my personal, it's my personal feature request here.
I will keep that in mind.
Okay.
I guess we have the first question.
So questions.
Yeah, question. Is it, can you use variables in dashboards? For example, you have notify variables in which you can select host names, some kind of states, and use that kind of variables in the dashboards.
I'm very happy that you asked
this question. You said something about conditional dashboards. That's why I asked this question.
I'm very happy that you asked this question, because that means that I messed up with my presentation, because I made the point not clear enough. You don't need variables in Checkmk. You have hundreds or dozens of variables in each dashboard that you can use by just adding ad hoc filters. So every dashboard in Checkmk has variables all the time. You don't need to add them. You can just use them in each dashboard you build in Checkmk.
Okay, thanks.
Microphone.
Hier vorne.
Can anyone bring a microphone
second
to
line?
Hi, Marcel. I have actually 2 questions, if I'm allowed. First of all, are you planning to implement a prefixed screen resolution setting for dashboard editors to pick up before starting editing? I mean, the reason is quite clear. Some people have 4K monitors, some don't. So the point is, like, if I start editing on a 4K monitor, for them is more or less not a dashboard, which is usable.
I'm not sure if I understand. Hi, Daniel. I'm not sure if I understood you correctly. Let me paraphrase that. So you're suggesting that you can define a specific screen resolution while you want to build your own dashboard because you want to tell the user this dashboard is only working if you have a UHD screen.
One possible way to understand it too.
Okay. Then
my idea was more, my question was more like related. I have the 4K monitor, so now I need to switch either way my resolution on the screen to adapt to the, let's say, standard screen for the users, or if I can like just click and then the dashboard has the resolution on the whatever it is, like 1280, whatever.
I mean, the easiest way is to use the browser zoom, because the zoom actually changes the screen size, the virtual one. So if you increase the browser zoom, you see how the dashboard looks on a smaller screen. And so also, yeah, you have to keep in mind that not everyone is using the browser in full screen mode. So you might have a 4K screen, but just use the half of the screen.
I'm not really sure if that's really working. But never mind. Okay, so
yeah, I'm trying to find words to not to say no, but I think we would need to talk more about that in detail to get the actual problem you want to solve and what's the best way to solve this problem, I guess.
The other question is on the layout options. Is there any way, for example, I have 3 elements in one row, that I can give automatically, or not, can I give them all automatically adjusting the size of the screen, the same amount of space?
I do understand this question because this was the second thing that came into my mind while building these dashboards. And the answer currently no, but I like the idea.
Okay. I also
Makes
like it.
things very complicated, however.
Yeah, that's the other side. But I like the idea.
Because then in the middle you would have an element that doesn't have an anchor at all, that floats around.
Exactly.
So the current system is very simple. Every dashboard is fixed at one of the corners. Then it can grow, and if 2 grow to the same direction, they meet in the middle, and everyone gets half of the size. So it's kind of a compromise between have a fixed dashboard like the others have, and have a super flexible programmable thing. It's kind of compromise.
We have one question line, but I know that the person is also on site. Doc, do you want to ask the question yourself, or shall I ask the question? Okay, I do it, yeah. So Doc basically asked, like, why don't we just pack all the dashboard rules and views into MKPs, then fire up an exchange? I mean, we have the exchange section, yeah, for dashboards, so that basically dashboards can be shared with other people. Why don't we do that?
What did Lars say? I don't want to spoil it too much. We're thinking about that.
And that was a feature request for long, that you can MKP dashboards.
Yeah.
I mean, you did that for me, but I don't know how you did it.
You can just a little commercial from my side. You can look at my GitHub account and download an NKP to do that.
I think you can do it, but it needs some manual editing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some renaming of files at least, and
but
because you must move it from the user structure to the local structure, some files and so on.
Correctly.
But then it would be possible.
Technically, it's already possible, but to make an official answer.
Yeah, but it's a great idea.
We're actually thinking about providing that feature.
Okay, I have another question from Jörg. is there a function where I can automatically switch to another dashboard within the browser? For example, every 10 seconds.
Currently not. And that's a feature that many dashboarding tools do have, and we do not have that. And I could name some reasons why we don't have that, but I will not. It's one thing we could consider, but not in the near future, I guess.
Yeah. What do I do if I want to have a view or something where I can see the CPU utilization of several hosts somehow?
Please again.
So imagine you have basically several hosts and you want to see for a specific subset of hosts the CPU utilization. How can I do that?
You mean the sum or the average or?
I would say individual, because you want to compare the CPU utilization of several hosts.
That's a feature not of the dashboards but of the combined graphs, isn't it? So you can have a
and,
graph where many hosts.
And how you could do that? It's pretty easy actually. If you just add a link at a CPU utilization dashboard element that is providing a dashboard just about CPU utilization of these hosts that you're looking at.
I prefer the scatter plots because the scatter plots show you exactly that as well and can handle quite a lot of metrics and basically hosts to monitor.
Yeah, there are many ways to do that.
So we have 3 more minutes, maybe one more question from the floor.
One question from my side, Marcel. You mentioned you have different sources for the dashboard informed from context that you can use as data. I had some customers which are asking, is there a way to display SLA data on a dashboard, which is, I think, at the moment only possible to be in reports which are generated at some point, but is it also possible to share it on a screen, like you have an SLA in form from percent, 1990, whatever, and really the service level management is aware of the current calculated SLA. I know it's more or less a feature request, and I think it's not easy to realize because it's a complete other data source. But is there an idea or something planned to display that information on dashboards?
I have one question back to you. Are you really talking about SLA or are you talking about availability?
It's the availability data in Checkmk.
I mean, you have to keep in mind that everything that is in a view can be put on a dashboard because the dashboard has a generic element where you can place a view there. So create a custom view. Oh no, availability is not a view.
Yeah,
oh,
I
sorry.
just wanted to say
that was my fault, by the way. The time I implemented the availability reporting, I hacked it in a way that's not a view, and that was easier that time, but now I regret it. So currently,
that's
exactly, I tried it already.
Exactly. I got your point.
But yeah, it could be one thing that we add in a future version of Checkmk to when we add more dashboard elements to.
Yeah, that sounds great.
But don't we still have the way to add an iframe dashboard element where you can put an arbitrary URL?
Sounds like an ugly hack.
I know that was possible. Yeah.
It may be possible. It sounds like not a good idea, but I don't want to make promises. But that could be a good thing to add later on to enrich the things I already told you about dashboard elements, what we added in 2.1.
There's one question at the.
Yeah, but I guess we have no time anymore.
Yeah, one more. Is okay.
This is the last question ever.
Okay, the last ever. Hi, Ralph here.
Hi.
I think the feature to be able to use the filtering option in dashboards is one of the amazing features we got. But it's a bit complicated to use it for us because we have created a dashboard to display several devices located in stores, and we have a huge amount of stores. So the users have to filter by entering a store number or store ID. And when they do this, they tell us, yes, it's great to have the filter, but it would be much better to have a field like the quick search and simply to enter the name of the store and not using some labels and some other options. Is it possible to integrate a searching option into the dashboards like the quick search?
That's, I hope you do not laugh. That's the third thing that came into my mind when building these dashboards. But
we can discuss it today in the evening.
It's a bit more complicated because the filtering in the context in the dashboard itself, in the dashboard properties, the context in the dashboard elements, and the context that when you're filtering ad hoc are not connected directly. So what you cannot do is just adding a search field in the dashboard and type in, I want to search for this and that. Because it's, like I said, it's not connected at the moment. It's very complicated to do that, as far as I understood when I talked with the developer. But yes, that could be a thing that makes the switching between, so I understood correctly, hopefully, the switching between different things or different contexts that contains more than one host or more than one service easier, correct?
So the switching between several stores is no problem for us. We have a solution for the devices in every store because every device has the same label. But we need a more comfortable option to enter the data.
Like a drop-down box, and then drop-down box you select which store you want to have, and...
No.
Okay, not?
No drop-down box, but only a quick search field where I enter the value and the possibility to implement a rule which is behind the quick search.
Okay.
And tells us only to use one specific filter maybe, or one specific label.
One suggestion, as I am running out of time and I have to make free for Martin, let's talk together.
Maybe this sounds very special, but we can discuss it maybe later in the evening or in a break somewhere.
So just come to me and we can discuss that.
Also, the others who have questions, I mean, you know how he looks like, just intercept him in the next break and just ask him whatever you wanted to know.
I promise I will not hide.
So Marcel, thanks a lot for your insight into the dashboarding.
You're welcome. Bye.
Without any break, we skip to the next part, to Andreas, or should I call Andy?
Andy, yes.
Andy Umbreit. Servus, Andy.
Hi.
Glad to meet you. So Andy is a long-time Checkmk developer now, I need to say.
Yeah, 5 years.
5 years, yeah, so he's longer here than most of the other ones.
Well, yes.
I'm very glad that you didn't start at BMW at that time when we spoke about starting at Checkmk. You had a very good job offer from...
was kind of a riddle.
Yeah, and you was hesitating
I'm
long.
also very glad, I must.
So I'm really glad that you're here and still here.
Really.
And he has worked on the agent for a long time. The first thing was the agent updater, which took over from me.
First topic was the agent updater. Yes.
And reworked it completely.
Yeah, kind of. It was a good basis.
Yeah, the details are the tricky thing. Yeah, the different Python versions and stuff like that.
It worked really well, but in the edge cases, it needed some polishing.
Also, you probably have a very good risk management because fucking up the agent updater has a very large impact if you...
Oh, yes, it has.
If you need to reinstall thousands of agents manually.
Most of you know, I think.
So let's see what you're talking us new about the agent and security, always important.
Yeah, security.
Yeah,
we want security, of course.
Looking forward. Have fun with the speech.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Andy, and as Matthias said, I'm a developer here at Tribe29. And in my team, we did some improvements to the agent itself, to the agent architecture with focus on encryption. And if we install the agent on a host system, we have some options to apply in encryption to our agent output that gets fetched from the monitoring server. And well, you can see them here. They are all okay based on your or depending on your environment. But they all share in common that they are not enabled by default. And we want to have that. And it should come easily. So in Checkmk 2.1, we introduce a new agent architecture that applies a TLS tunnel by default to our agent output. And so we get encryption and authentication. And this is done by the new Checkmk agent controller, as Moritz admitted. It's written in Rust, by the way, so you see Ferris the crab is happy. It's included in Linux, Debian, RPM packages, and in Windows so far. And you need x64 architecture, and you need systemd to have this. And it also applies compression to the agent output. So this doesn't come for free completely. So let's have a look at the setup of agent deployment in Checkmk 2.1. So first, we need to download our new agent. We do that here. Download it, easy. Then install it. I have a Debian system here. Nothing new so far. Now the new part is that we have to initially register our host once. We do that by calling the agent controller. It's called by the executable CMK agent CTL. And we call register, and we pass some data. Basically, the host name that we want to register, and the site and the server, of course. And we need a user that has the rights to register this host on the monitoring instance. So we do that, and we will present it as server certificate of our monitoring server here. So you can check this if these properties make sense to you, if this is your monitoring server. And you are also presented a certificate here. It's abbreviated here. But you can, if you want, even compare this to the file that lies on the monitoring server. So you can really be sure that this is your server you connect to. Then, in the same instant, you will be asked if you trust this connection. I hope you do now. And you will be asked to enter the password of this user. And when you trust this connection, you trust the certificate even for further connections to the agent, to the monitoring server or from the monitoring server, because this is what you want. And I could have also passed this password by command line, but here I decided to do it like this, as it may be more secure to not pass it by command line. So now my host should be registered. I can check this with the command CMK agent CTL status. So what we see here is we have a UUID. And this UUID identifies this set of registration that I just issued here. And here, what I see here at the local part is basically a client certificate or a certificate. And this is issued to this UUID that we see above. And we need that to authenticate our host. And one detail here at the remote part, the host name is only relevant to the monitoring server. So the host itself doesn't care for its host name, it cares for its UUID. So let's look under the hood a bit. When we call register as a user, the first thing that the agent controller does is to generate a private key, so we can generate later on the client certificate. After that, as you've seen, we fetch the server certificate from the Checkmk instance. We also fetch a root certificate. And we are presented the server certificate, and when we trust this, we store the root certificate to be able to trust this server certificate or the connection to the monitoring server in further connections. Now, we do the other way around. We create a certificate signing request, a CSR, for our host, and we send that to the monitoring server. And we get back a signed client certificate or a signed certificate, and we store that to our local system so we can authenticate our client, our host in the future. And after we've done that, we gained trust, so we can finally register with a host name that we stated out. And if this is okay, basically the host name must be known to the monitoring server. And of course, we must have the rights to register this host with a user that we passed. Well, we get back that okay, and we are done. Happy monitoring. And we can go to our monitoring instance and discover services and start monitoring. So that's an additional step, or even 2 steps, as we have to trust this certificate. And you may ask whether we can apply some automation. Luckily, we can. We can place a config file instead of passing the registration data, and we just have to call register. And it's also possible to just auto-trust the server certificate by also passing a command line argument. So this is essentially scriptable, and you can automate this with your own automation solution like Ansible. You can go one step further, of course, because this shows now baking. Spoiler. So what about the agent bakery? You can also bake in this config file. So you don't have to enter anything again. And it will also be possible to automatically store the site's root certificate. So you can be really sure if you trust your download location, you automatically can trust this package. And there's no need to pass this default trust command line argument any longer. And there will be an automatic registration on installing the bakery package. So you just need to install it and off you go. You can even automate the download by calling the REST API for the right host, and you're done. However, this is not coming to the 2.1 release. There are some reasons for this, but it's upcoming in an upcoming release. Yeah. Okay, that's all for the registration so far. Let's have a look at the architecture itself. And before we can do that, let's have a look at the old architecture. Not quite old, 2.0, and we call this status quo. When we connect to our monitoring, not to our monitoring, to our host, the Checkmk server contacts our host for agent output. We do that by connecting to a TCP socket, and that one is provided by a systemd socket. Or on older systems, but by XINID, but let's talk about systemd here, as this is relevant for our agent controller. And this one applies NRP allow list and also watches maximum connections per source. The IP allow list is implemented via the IP, what it's called in systemd, I forgot it, but it's a IP allow list. We call it like that. And when we connect to the socket, it immediately starts the agent. And this one maybe applies encryption to the agent output and just passes it back via the systemd socket to the server. And it's also capable, of course, of executing asynchronous plugins, and it has a cache for that. Essentially, it forks itself. This is simplified here as Moritz stated out recently. We have a separate service for this that you can even see at the new diagram here. So what we are seeing here is the new architecture. It's a bit more capsuled for a reason. At the place of our systemd socket, we have a long-running systemd service now here, and that one is running our agent controller as a daemon mode. And this one provides our TCP socket now. We also apply an IP allow list and maximum connections per source as a security feature here. And this one actually connects to a systemd socket now, and this one is local. It's a Unix socket now. And after that, it's quite as before. We start our agent, and this one reads from the cache of the asynchronous plugins. And here we also have the detail that we now have a systemd service for the asynchronous parts of the agent. Here it's a little detail. And this one actually passes the agent output via the Unix socket to our agent controller. And this one can now talk via a TLS tunnel to the Checkmk server. What didn't change is that there is no data accepted from the Checkmk server at the host. We just have this backwards connection here that is not solid because we have to do a TLS handshake. So there is some communication, but it's only for establishing the TLS tunnel that we want to communicate over. And there's one more detail. We have a new user now, the CMK agent user that actually runs the agent controller daemon. And that is the only user that is allowed to connect to our local Unix socket. And only the agent itself, as it was before, runs as root. But there's, it's not as it was before that you immediately instantiate the agent from the outside that runs under root. So there's also a little gain in security. So now that you know something about the new architecture, you may have some questions whether this works for you. So let's look at this. If you think about this, it may happen that you install Checkmk 2.1 and you have automatic agent updates activated, and your agent will update and you are not registered. What will happen? Will you be locked out? There's no encryption. It's enabled by default. The answer is no, you won't be locked out, of course. The updated agent or the agent controller, it detects this situation and it will continue to work without registration until you register for the first time. You will see this situation. You will be noticed in the Checkmk agent service. And after initial registration, of course, TLS is activated and mandatory by default. So if you somehow unregister your host by deleting the connection, there's no way back easily, let's say that. So the next question might be, you can't connect from your host to the monitoring server. As it is with the monitoring server, you contact your host, and it's that way that the connection is established and not the other way around. So it may be, depending on your environment, that you can't connect from your monitoring host to your monitoring server. There's an answer for that. You can do the registration on another host. Maybe you even want to set up a central registration host, and you do all the registrations on that host and just push your registrations to the actual host that get monitored. You can easily do this by calling proxy register and import commands. You can even push that via SSH to the host, as we see here. And when you, after you imported that on your monitored host, you will see this imported connection in the status command as an important connection, thus, just as you see here. So this is nice, but if you don't need TLS encryption, can you deactivate that? Yes, you can. Just go to the encryption rule set, and it changed a bit. And here now, the first option you have is to allow non-TLS connections or to disallow non-TLS connections. And as you allow them, you can activate the legacy encryption again, or even go with a plain text connection if this is okay for you. So this is possible. And if your architecture is, if this new architecture is not suitable for you, maybe you are not allowed to create this new CMK agent user. There's also an answer for you. You can, when you use the Enterprise Edition, you can deactivate a rule set. And if you don't have the Enterprise Edition, you can manage to just build your own agent package, because the one agent package that gets provided by the raw edition won't work for you with the agent controller included. But if you just manage to build the package, and you can do that by you have some resources on the monitoring installations, on the Checkmk installation, and you just leave the agent controller out of the package, this will automatically fall back to the old agent architecture. So you can leave just the agent controller out, but Ferris won't be happy. And this also holds true if something, if your system is just not suitable for using the agent controller. So say you have a systemd version prior to 2.20, I think it was. So we come to this mentioned bug by Moritz. We will also fall back to the old architecture. Yeah, that's nearly all so far. There's more, of course. We have some commands left on the agent controller. You can also delete connections. You can dump the agent output, because now you may want to connect to the host by your custom data source, and you just need one way to just get the agent output. And there's of course this push that we talked about briefly, and Register can also do a bit more. But I won't talk about this because I think we will hear more from that tomorrow in the cloud native presentation. Yeah, and I think that's all for this topic so far. Thank you very much, and
So
maybe there are some questions.
So we have a couple of minutes left for questions.
Yeah.
Olaf. Sven, Olaf. Sven, nur Sven. Okay. Does anybody have a microphone for me? One of the handheld microphones. Just a second. Thanks.
There it arrives.
There we go. Because of our live stream participants, they need a microphone.
Hello.
Hi.
Question about the registration. Do we have to do it twice because TLS and Agent Bakery? Or when we do it for TLS, Agent Bakery is already done?
Right now, you have to do it twice. But that's not decided so far. But of course, it would be nice to reuse this new registration for the Agent Bakery. That's at least an idea.
But didn't you tell us that you can bake in the registration of the monitoring? So that if you use the Agent Bakery, you
can bake in the root certificate so that the host can register itself.
Okay, so
without further input.
Okay. Questions? Oh.
Okay. I have a question about the TLS client certificate. Is there a lifetime in this client certificate?
No, most certainly it will be valid for a year, I think. It's not finally decided yet, but it won't be a lifetime certificate because we learned about that this may not be suitable for every environment.
Okay, second question. How about could be used an enterprise CA for this certification architecture? Or could I be in sub-CA?
If you manage to do this on your own, because the certificate that this is applied to, the root certificate currently is the site certificate of the monitoring instance. So you could change that, I think. But it won't be easy as it is now, but there may be some further development to this. But right now it is just the certificate that gets created automatically when you install a Checkmk site.
Okay, because there are enterprise environments that are not allowed to establish their own PKA infrastructure, they have to use the company infrastructure. Last question, how about the trust store and growing up with registration? Our DevOps boys have built a so stable and reliable infrastructure that they make every hour a test run and deploy some images and kill them after deploying only to see if the registration and run of deploying an image is working. So the trust store will grow up. Is there a way to clean it up?
Well, the certificates that are issued here essentially only lie locally on the host. So it's essentially just about deleting the certificates.
Okay, then I have misunderstood you. I think the trust store is also on the server side, on the CMK server?
No, it's just a certificate signing request that gets sent to the server, and it issues a certificate and sends that back to the host. So there is nothing really stored on the server side. It's just issued with a root certificate of the monitoring instance.
How could I then do an audit on this trust? How many clients have registered so that there is not a bad registration request?
Well, there is an information about which hosts have registered, but there's no trust store that can be viewed.
Okay, thanks.
So it's basically it's a link on the monitoring instance that links this host name to a UUID, and the UUID is a common name of the certificate that is used to authenticate the client or the host. That's basically how it's done.
I think we have to move forward in order to get the last. We had one last question here. You was first, wasn't you? So, sorry.
My question was if the web server certificate expired, or if I changed the web server certificate, are the agents still possible to update, or do I get into problems?
That maybe will lead to problems. So in the end, I think we will warn before it expires. But the good part is that it is suitable, it is sufficient to just re-register this host in order to get a new certificate. So it should be a situation that can be avoided easily. But if we lose the trust, of course, we have to update the trust somehow.
Okay, so thanks for your questions. I know there are a couple more questions, but we don't want to waste our evening event too much. And we have one short speech today, so thanks, Andy, for the insights.
Yeah,
it's a very complicated topic. So, so welcome back, Lars, again. So now it's about security.
Yes.
The opposite of simplicity.
Sometimes, yeah.
Most times. The good thing is if you can have both at the same time. So let's see.
It's always
what you came up with.
It's always some kind of trade-off, but yes.
Have fun.
The clicker, yeah, here it is. Thanks, Andy. So this talk is about giving you a short update about what we are doing to improve the security of Checkmk. Yeah, for us as a monitoring product company, it's important to deliver good performance in yeah, obviously, but also good security. So yeah, and this talk is about showing you something that we're doing. And we talk about improving the product security, so the things that are built into the product. And also we want to highlight some things we are doing within the organization, within the tribe, to improve our security capabilities. So let's have a look at what we are doing in the product. We are working on adding login capabilities, so to provide more options for you to do user authentication. And we also work on improving existing things regarding the login system, the authentication system, improving the security in this area. And then we are also working on the transport encryption. Checkmk is doing a lot of network communication between the agent and the Checkmk side, but also between the Checkmk sides, if you have distributed environments. Andy had a talk about the agent transport, which we are finally securing now with TLS, and we have some other things we were adding with this version regarding the transport encryption. Then we have been working on the security of the password store. And also, we have been working on improving the so-called software composition analyzers. So far the overview, and now let's have a look more specifically into the topics. So the first thing was somehow triggered also by the input we received on the conference. It is about one of the 2 highest voted security features you voted for on the recent conference. It's the 2-factor authentication. And second thing is the SAML authentication. I will talk about that in a minute. So the first feature addition we made here is adding 2-factor authentication to Checkmk to secure the login of your user authentications with the user interface of Checkmk. And we added that capability based on the WebAuthn standard. So you can use some kind of security token, like the YubiKey, to add a second factor to your user authentication. In Checkmk, we are still using the password you define for your user account as first factor, and then once you have authenticated based on your password, then you can use the security token to confirm your authentication. So that's some nitty-gritty thing I want to add for the ones of you who are trying that for the first time. There are some pitfalls when using the WebAuthn in browsers. So it's only working if you're accessing the user interface with the host name or DNS name. If you open the user interface with an IP address, that will not work. And that's not prevented by us, but the standard or the implementation of the standard in the browser. And that's also true for the protocol you use. If you use HTTP without the S, then this standard will not work. So you have to secure your web interface using TLS first to make use of that feature. And once you have both in place, you can log in to the user interface as usual, then open up the user profile page, your personal one, and then you can click on Enable 2-factor authentication. Then you have to have your token at hand to register the token with Checkmk. And after doing that, it is good to also create the fallback tokens. So you can create like 10 unique secrets that you need to store somewhere in your password store safe or somewhere else to have a fallback in case you lose your hardware token so that you can still access Checkmk. So if you have done that, you can log out the user interface and then log in again, and you should see something like this dialog showing up, confirming your token. So the second thing I wanted to highlight is that Checkmk is now enabling you to integrate the user interface of Checkmk into your SAML authentication. That's widely used in enterprise environments to make it easier for users to log into web applications. So you have some kind of single sign-on. And yeah, Checkmk is now able to provide this login option based on an how-to, which is linked here, which is very much been created, as Jan highlighted before, by community work, working with members of the community who have expertise in this field, can provide the testing systems and so on. So that's already well tested and might be a good solution for your enterprise environment to provide a comfortable login system. Then about the transport encryption, the user logging improvements. One thing we did is that we improved the security of the user passwords you have stored in Checkmk. So if you save your personal login password to Checkmk, that's now encrypted with bcrypt, which is state-of-the-art hashing algorithm to storing passwords. and it replaces the existing algorithm we used, but everything you have in place still works. So you don't need to change your passwords or reconfirm that or something else. If you create new passwords in CheckMK from the 2.1, create new users, or you change your password, then you will automatically use this improved hashing algorithm. The second smaller thing is that we are now logging login failures in a more detailed ways. So you can see in the application log, the var log web.log of the user interface whenever a user tries to log in and fails. You see the reason, for example, the password was wrong or the user account was locked, for example. You can also see how many tries the user was doing now. So you can easier analyze what is happening with this user failing logging in. Okay, now the transport. We had the agent-to-site encryption, and now we're coming to the last channel we've had in CheckMK for a longer time that was unencrypted, and it was when using the notification spooler, which is a part of the Enterprise Edition. It's a component which is responsible for forwarding notifications in distributed environments between sites. So if you have one remote site which raises some alert, then you may send out a mail right from that site. But in some environments, you will want to have a centralized notification system, configuration, and so on, sending the mails out there, for example. So the notification spooler comes here in handy to distribute the remote, the alert from the remote side to the central side. Then the notification rules are applied to it, and based on the rules you have there, for example, a mail is sent out to your mail server and reaching the user this way. So we are exchanging notification contents between sites. And the task here was to find a way to encrypt that channel and to do it in a way where it is easy for you to transition to the encrypted channel. So you should experience a seamless update. You update from CheckMK 2 to 2.1, and then you want to start and everything works as before. And then it needs to be an easy way to get the encryption. And this is what we basically solved. We made use of the S-tunnel socket wrapping tool, which is able to encrypt network communication channels without the application to know about this encryption. So it's a wrapper around the notification spooler sockets. From a network connection standpoint, the challenge was that the notification spooler allows you to set up network connections in both directions. So depending on your network setup, it may be easier for you to make the connection from the central side to the remote side, or in other scenarios, it might be easier for you to set up the connection from the other way around. Depends on network scenarios, firewalls, and so on. So to establish a TLS connection between both, we need to have trust in both directions, from the remote side to the central side and vice versa. So in the one direction, from the central side to the remote side, we already have the trust in most cases, in the common cases, because the user interface is already doing TLS with the remote live status. So we can reuse this trust. And the other way around, we didn't have a trust so far, but we were able to build that easily and also transparent for you. You don't have to worry about that because the trust is automatically established by the configuration synchronization. So the central side already has the ability to send information, configuration to the remote side, and in this process, the trust is established. So the remote side is also trusting the central side. So then we are now again with our update scenario, which should be somehow seamless, and we are doing it like this. Once you update, everything is as before. So you have the unencrypted transport channel, and there are some places, the analyzed configuration, for example, which warn you about that fact that you still have the unencrypted communication channel configured, and you would easily be able to move to a TLS encrypted channel. So what you need to do now is to ensure that both of your sites are updated to the 2.1. And once you have done that, you can go to the global settings and notification spooler settings, and then simply do the switch to the encrypted communication, activate it, and then you're basically done. So that's a very, very smooth, easy transition for you. You just need to ensure that both sites use the 2.1 or newer. Okay, that's for the notification spooler. Let's talk about the password store. The password store in Checkmk is basically a mechanism for centralizing secrets in your configuration. The Checkmk configuration are hundreds of files, potentially, of host names, IP addresses, and so on, and rules in different folders. And everywhere there, if you won't use the password store, there could be secrets in every of these files. So the idea of the password store is to move all the secrets in a central place, in a central file, where you can now manage it easier, where you can set restrictive permissions and so on. But the password store has never been about trying to hide or encrypt these passwords. Because we as a monitoring system, we continuously need these secrets. We need to monitor remote systems, for example, a MySQL database or whatever, which expects us to authenticate. So we need to provide a user and a password or security tokens, whatever, to contact the system and get the actual monitoring data out of the system. And this is needed every minute if you have a minute check interval. So we continuously need the secret in clear text form to authenticate. So that's in memory. Then you expect from a monitoring system that you make a cold boot and the monitoring comes up and runs and does its monitoring job. So to have that, you need to have the secrets stored on disk, somehow accessible to Checkmk in the end in clear text. So we really need these secrets to do our job, to our monitoring job on disk. And in the past, we were always approaching this by simply keeping all these secrets in its clearest form in text files to make it crystal clear that it is needed, that it is done this way. We didn't want to obfuscate or hide or something like that to make it easy to understand for everyone. So another view to this can be that it's better to obfuscate it at least somehow to mitigate very primitive attack vectors, like people grabbing around in the file system and so on. And yeah, that's what we basically did. Yeah? We are now obfuscating the password store. So on the disk, there is the password store, and Checkmk has access to these information, but if you open the password store in the editor, it's simply some cryptic characters and so on, so you won't be able to grab that as easy as it was before. But since Checkmk is able to access the data, so you will be. So if you have access to the context of the site, the file system of the site, that's similar as before. Just a little bit more knowledge needed to get the information. Okay, so having that said, on the password store, we are also doing other things. From the past, we have several password input fields in the setup where the password store can currently not be used, and we are filling this gap over time to be able, or to enable you to use the password store in more places. And for new things we build, we are still adding the password store capabilities by default. Okay, that's about the password store now. And then we come to the next topic, the software composition analysis. That sounds cool. And in fact, it is. I mean, I think you all were in trouble in December last year, thinking about Log4j and where it could be hidden in your infrastructure and so on. And this topic is essentially about this, to getting knowledge in what is in your infrastructure, hidden down in your infrastructure in some software you get from somewhere on the planet and so on. And modern software is simply built like this. And it's okay, but you need to know what is inside a product you get. And with Checkmk, we were doing these things for quite some time, mostly for open source license compliance reasons. So we were partially manually creating lists of libraries and tools which are inside Checkmk, which version they have, and so on. Yeah, but in the meantime, the industry has evolved to some kind of standard, a good thing to do, and that's software composition analysis. You build some kind of so-called software bill of materials, which is basically a data file, an XML file, where you list all the libraries, the versions, and so on in a file. It's a standardized format. You can produce by hand or auto-generated. We are doing that auto-generated for Checkmk. And then you can use tools for analyzing the information in these files. You can compare the list with databases of known security issues, with your own databases or provided by providers with open source databases which are out there. And then you can make sense out of it for your own and check whether or not in the Checkmk versions you use there are security issues inside. So we're doing that for our own. So we have a continuously running process for monitoring these things, checking out which issues come up over time in the versions we have delivered, and then decide what to do. If we need to patch some version or add some hotfix on our own, and so on. And that's automatically done during every software release we make. And the file we generate for a software during packaging, that is also shipped with Checkmk. So in every site you can open that file and work with it. So, and that's about the in-product things I wanted to show you. And now about the organizational changes we make, the improvements we make, is team-wise. In the development team, we are building up a dedicated security team, now of 3 people. We will be 3 in mid of May. And I think it's best if you have such a team to build somehow integrated with the feature teams. So you have the chance to get to know each other. You have the chance to see early in the development life cycle what is happening. You can, as a security specialist, participate in designing the software, the features we build, the changes we make. You can raise your hand if you have concerns regarding security and so on. So that's the way we want to do it. And also, in case of security issues are found, our security developers are not the ones only finding and then complaining about the issues, but they are also part of the solution. So they participate in finding quick fixes for quick fix releases, for hotfix releases, and they also do the job in helping to find architectural solutions for issues, so that we can prevent for the future that similar issues are happening in Checkmk. So that's team-wise. Then we are extending our work with external support. Currently, we are doing security audits twice per year. And that's being done on the software itself, on different scopes, depending on what we want to have checked more in detail. But also on the organization and internal IT, we do these things. And in April, we were doing some kind of pre-audit of for the ISO 20001 thingy. So yeah, that's also something we are moving towards, to learn what it is about and what we need to do and improve to move in this direction. And yeah, process-wise, we are working on improving and also extending with the help of the security developers, for example, on our processes. So we have a more specified, stricter, tighter, better security processes like incident response processes. And also we are working on educating the team basically to let developers know, let the team know on what to look, what to care for during development. We are, for example, from time to time doing hack the box sessions where we try together in a team of some people to hack some actual sandbox system to raise the awareness of security issues. So during these sessions, you can, as a developer, you can have another view on the problem, on the IT, on the systems you build, and get to know the situation of the attacker, for example, and what he might try to get into the system and so on. Yeah, and I think that's it, what I wanted to share with you for now in this talk. And now, we have hopefully some time left for questions.
That's our problem. That's our problem. We already have a couple of questions in the live stream.
Okay.
And most of those are concerned about the roadmap. Are we going to implement LDAP and stuff like that? I will shift that tomorrow to the roadmap discussion because we have our evening event starting soon.
So no time for questions.
Won't spoil it. I hope you are fine with that. We have tomorrow, a complete day for questions. And of course, we can come back to some of the questions that relate to security tomorrow.
Yeah, but if you have urgent questions, feel free to ask afterwards. So I will be here for the evening.
Yes, yes. Lars is anyway attending the evening event, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I'm already thirsty.
Yeah, so thanks about the insights into this security. Looks like we are going to be super secure in future or in presence already.
Hopefully, yeah.
Before we skip to the good part, I have just one small thing to ask you. We set up a booth outside.
Hi, everyone. Right. Yes, so that is a wrap for day one of CheckMK Conference 8. So I hope you had a good time joining us online. So it will be really great if you can share your feedback on talks today, so we know how we can do better. So I will just quickly paste the link on the chat. Right. Oh, so I'm seeing something here. The sound just fell at my place. Yeah, I think, yeah, it was cut off. Yeah, sorry about that if it was too sudden. So we had a bit of lag. Right. So yeah, I sent in the link of the feedback forms on the chat. So it would be really great if you can fill them out. So when you open the link, you will see our Slido page there, and you can see the link to the feedback forms on the left side, bar. Right. So yeah, so tomorrow our session will start earlier than today. So it will start early at about 9 a.m. German time. So if I converted it right for the people who like mentioned where they're from, so in Australia, it will be around 3 p.m. Australian time and 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So yeah, just I hope we see you all again tomorrow. And yeah, so yeah, if you have any questions, so there are a lot of questions that we were not able to answer on Slido. So sorry about that. We had a little time for questions today, but then for some, we have some questions were related to the roadmap. So we will get back to them tomorrow. We will try that. And yeah, hopefully we will have time for them tomorrow. Okay then, so yeah, see you again tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.